Mic
good.
check, mic check, mic check. Using testers, yeah. Test, test.
Good morning.
Maria, you want to give yours a test real quick
Hello? Yeah.
before we queue up?
Test, test.
What time are we at? I need a watch.
We
We're
are
ready?
when you are.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, hold on, test that one real quick. Nobody's going to use it, but still.
They might.
Test,
That's
test.
Yeah? Okay.
All right, good morning. We're reopening our speech language pathology, audiology, and hearing aid dispensers board meeting on Friday, December 5th, 2025, beginning at 9:05 a.m. I'd like to start with calling roll. Gilda Dominguez, myself, present. Dr. Amy White,
Here.
Mr. Todd Borges,
Here.
Dr. Tamara Chambers,
Here.
Ms. Karen Chang,
Here.
Mr. Francis David,
Here.
Dr. Charles Sanders.
Here.
Thank you, we have a quorum. I'd like to move to agenda item 8 with regards to public comment for items not on the agenda. We may discuss or take any action on any items raised during this public comment section, except to decide whether to place the matter on the agenda for a future meeting. So I'd like to now ask at this time if there are any public comment from anyone in the room. If you do so, you can present to the table and ask and make your comment. Okay. Seeing none, thank you. You're all smiles back there. We'll move on to agenda item number 9. For the review and possible approval of the August 21st through 22nd, 2025 board meeting minutes. And I'd like to now ask Ms. Lorenzo to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. The minutes includes the board meeting with updates of board activity, including discussion on statutory changes during the board's sunset review that would amend approved CPD providers and slip a CPD, obtain authority for and implement a retired licensee status, and make technical changes. Discussion on audiology practice committee recommendation regarding the creation of an audiology assistant license type. Update on Medicare billing changes related to RPE. Discussion on the February 2025 occupational analysis for SLPs, and discussion on a letter from Hearing Healthcare Provider California regarding licensing examinations and workforce shortages, and recommendations to address those shortages through licensure reciprocity and regulatory changes. Also included are the minutes for SLP Practice Committee, HAD Committee, and Audiology Practice Committee. We recommend that board review and discuss the minute material and let us know if there are any revisions to it.
So this is to the minutes. Okay, so I have a couple. On page 11 of 28, section 3, I guess the third paragraph down where it starts with Dr. Amy White asked how a person's competency of location. While I'm perfectly fine with it, I think it's Mr. Borges versus Ms.
The last sentence of that paragraph?
No, well, when it says Dr. White asked if there would be onerous to include that as part of supervised removal, Ms. Borges said that he doesn't think so.
Okay, second.
So maybe
yeah,
Mr.
second to last.
Just,
All right, noted.
no big deal. And then on page 23 of 28, which is down at the bottom, the large paragraph that starts with Dr. White said that the written examination is very accessible.
Okay.
So farther down in, it also says Ms. Borges. I just noticed another one.
All right.
So there's that.
That's been noted.
I don't know that. And then the sentence underneath that would be curious, I think, to learn, as opposed to curios. See that there? And then
hold on.
the second line where it says,
Oh,
Practice
sorry.
examinations conducted such as if questions are not presented in the negative, are presented in the negative. Otherwise, I just double negative my negative.
Say again, such as if questions,
Are not, I don't believe I said are not presented in the negative. I think are, whether or not they present questions in the negative.
all right. We'll remove the word not, right?
Not, yes.
Okay, noted.
I didn't see any other gender questions, so that's all I have. Thank
I
you.
saw one gender question. It is page 24, 28, third paragraph from the bottom, Mr. Burns. It's Ms. Burns. This is not The Simpsons.
All right, yes, I see it.
And I thought I had caught myself on all.
On page 10, just misspelled my name, became Mr. Davis.
Mhm. Oh, hold on. Sorry.
Page 4 of 28, after number 3, the fourth paragraph down, Francis David, for consistency, Mr. David.
Sorry, did we, Mr. David? Oh,
Yes,
okay,
so,
Mr. David, you were talking about in the motion language, it's Dave, it has the S when it should be a D. All right. Tracking.
Wait,
Mr.
where
Mingus?
is that part on page 10?
Page 10 in the motion language, the second he seconded, it says Davis when it
Ah.
should be David.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then you went to page 4?
Page 4,
Page 4.
we're looking at the paragraphs, so the fourth paragraph down says Francis David, Mr. David.
The first time we use your name, we spell
You
it
always
out
do
the
that?
whole way.
You do? Okay.
We just need to double check. That was the first time.
You said on page
I've never
4?
seen that before.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the question?
She was going with Mr. David instead of Francis David. But
Yeah.
we normally spell them out.
I don't see it in,
I have it on previous pages on like.
Is it on page?
So I use it
okay.
first
Scratch that
time
then.
for
Strike it.
each committee or board
Okay.
meeting,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
That way it's kind of within that
Okay.
section.
Yes.
Again, when we use board meeting minutes, we're typically turning them in with regulatory conversations as underlying evidence, so it's just helpful.
No worries.
We keep those conversations together, and then it's got a full name in there at one point.
Okay.
Yeah, and sometimes if we could just isolate, if it's too long, we could isolate certain pages. So yeah, just writing styles, it's usually when there's a new header introduced, you start,
Okay,
that's.
Okay, that's
But-
fine. And then the paragraph above that,
Mhm.
I guess this is just a matter of semantics with regards to the Medicare and the OTAs, the CODAs and the SLIPAs. It appears that I am stating here that it's not feasible or practical for the SLIPAs to provide the therapy to the adult population. The intent of my statement is that due to the Medicare regulations right now, they're not considering SLIPAs as a provider, therefore not able to care for the Medicare population. I do think it's feasible and practical for SLIPA, once we have all the parameters in place and the guidelines, that they would be able to provide feeding therapy with the bolus to adults, but it's only because it's a payer limitation.
Okay.
So maybe Medicare instead of adult population.
Yes. At this time, hopefully they.
Yeah.
On last paragraph of page 7, it just said, Ms. Dominguez said it was all connected. Can we quantify that into both stages are connected?
Page what?
On page 7,
7?
28,
Which paragraph?
last paragraph, Ms. Dominguez said that it was all connected. Can we just quantify that as?
Phases?
The
Yeah.
phases, both swallowing phase are connected? Thank you.
Yeah, I got it.
But the phases
Yeah.
Thank
are
you.
connected.
That is swallowing is connected.
Oh,
okay, yeah.
got it.
Okay.
Any other corrections or comments? Okay. Okay, hearing none. I'd like to ask for a motion for the approval of the August 21st through 22nd, 2025 board meeting minutes as amended.
So move.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I second.
All right, thank you. Who talked to- Oh,
Chang?
Ms. Chang. Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask if there is any public comment from anyone in the room at this time. Okay, seeing none, I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote.
Ms. Dominguez,
Aye.
Dr. White,
Aye.
Mr. Borges,
Aye.
Dr. Chambers,
Aye.
Ms. Chang,
Aye.
Mr. David,
Aye.
Dr. Sanders.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 10, the DCA update, the DCA Board and Bureau Relations. I'd like to now ask Ms. Burns to present this agenda item.
Thank you. There are a lot of boards meeting this week, so we were not able to have a DCA representative with us, so I will go ahead and provide the update for you. So let's start. This is the update from the California Department of Consumer Affairs. New board and bureau relations team. We are very excited to announce that Governor Newsom appointed 2 new members to the department's executive team. Lucy Saldivar has been appointed as the Board and Bureau Relations Deputy Director and will join the department on October 20th. So she's already there. Lucy has served as Chief of Staff in the Office of Assembly Member Lisa Calderon since 2022 and Legislative Director from 2021 to 2022. She also held multiple roles in the Office of Assembly Member Jackie Irwin from 2017 to 2021. Lucy is a member of the Hope Leadership Institute and the California Latino Capital Association Foundation. Shelley Jones began serving as the new Assistant Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations on September 25th. Shelley brings 29 years of experience working with boards and gubernatorial appointees. She's been with the department since 2015, serving in several capacities with Board and Bureau Relations, as well as DCA's Strategic Organizational Leadership and Individual Development and Organizational Improvement Offices. Prior to joining DCA, she served in multiple roles at the Juvenile Parole Board at the California Department of Corrections. We are very excited to have our new BBR team in place to serve and assist our boards and bureaus. The next item is the retirement of DCA Director Kimberly Kirchmeyer. After 36 years of dedicated service to the Department of Consumer Affairs, DCA Director Kimberly Kirchmeyer recently announced she will retire at the end of this calendar year. Director Kirchmeyer began her career at DCA as a student assistant in 1989. She was appointed by Governor Newsom as DCA Director in 2019, and within her first 6 months on the job, she navigated severe wildfires and the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, transitioning the department's 3,500 employees to telework. Director Kirchmeyer would like me to extend a special thank you for the honor and opportunity to serve as your director for the past 6 years. She would also like me to thank you for your continued hard work and dedication to the department, the state, and the consumers of California. Your work is invaluable, impactful, and integral to DCA's mission of consumer protection, and she knows it will continue for years to come because of the extraordinary staff of DCA. So that's on that update. The next one is on trainings. So sexual harassment training on October 27th, DCA launched its new sexual harassment prevention training in the Learning Management System, also known as LMS. Sexual harassment training is mandated for completion within 30 days of hire and every 2 years thereafter. So if you completed the 2024-2025 sexual harassment prevention training during the 2024-2025 calendar years, the new training will automatically assign to your LMS transcript 60 days prior to the 2-year anniversary of that completion date. If you have not completed the 2024-25 sexual harassment prevention training, the new version should have been assigned to your LMS transcript on October 27th. So that means the compliance deadline will either be 2 years from the last completion date of those that took the training, or by December 27th for those that did not. Upon completion of the new sexual harassment prevention training, it will be automatically reassigned to your transcript biennially, 22 months from your last completion date. Let me take a drink really quick. Okay, unconscious bias training. Additionally, DCA's training unit has developed unconscious bias training for board members. This training will be added to the members' LMS transcripts in the next few weeks and incorporated into onboarding for all new members. You can find your training records under the transcript section of your LMS profile. If you have any questions or need assistance, please don't hesitate to reach out to Board and Bureau Relations. And in closing, thank you for the opportunity to join you today via written comment. And please let Board and Bureau Relations know if you have any questions or need any assistance. And that is the update from Board and Bureau Relations.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. I'd like to now open it up for board discussion.
I have a quick question. I don't know if Ms. Burns can answer this. The unconscious bias training, is that a requirement? It's worded as if it might be, but,
It looks to be.
okay.
I can go ahead and ask.
And so it would be on our LMS.
It should
thing,
be in
and
there
then
as a
we just-
required training
Okay.
when you log in. But I can definitely ask about it.
And then you'll let us know when the due date.
Yes. And due date. It sounds like in the future it will be part of onboarding, so future board members will get it when they first get to us, so.
Yeah, but
Then when is their deadline for this one? Yeah, you got it.
Any other board discussion? Okay. Seeing none. I'd like to now ask if there are any comments from the public. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 11. Board Chair's report. I wanted to first review the board meeting calendar that we hosted in the 2025 calendar year. Our first meeting was an in-person meeting, February 21st, 2025, up north in Sacramento. Our second meeting was May 15th through 16th, 2025. That was a teleconference meeting that was hosted. August 21st through 22nd, 2025 was our third meeting held via teleconference. And our last and our current meeting that we're hosting at this time, December 4th through 5th, 2025, at Cerritos College, in-person meeting. We will later on today discuss the 2026 board meetings that will be calendared based on your availability. Okay. With regard to the committees, we still do have our standing committees. SLP Practice Committee has a full committee with 3 members. Our Audiology Practice Committee has our 4 members. Our Hearing Aid Dispensers Practice Committee has 2 current members with 1 vacancy. Our Hearing Aid Dispensing Committee has our 4 members with 1 vacancy. And our 3 ad hoc committees, our Sunset Review Ad hoc Committee, which has been meeting, has currently 2 members. And our Enforcement Ad hoc Committee is full with 2 members, and also our Legislative Ad hoc Committee currently is full with 2 board members as well. We'll now move on to the board committee reports. We'll start with the Speech Language Pathology Practice Committee. We did meet yesterday, and we had a pretty lengthy and intense conversation about the speech language pathology assistants performing therapy with bolus material. And we discussed and made some proposed decisions with regards to which speech language pathologists would sign the verification for the 100 hours for the SLPA as they were receiving the training. We also discussed if unwillingness to cooperate should be included as a contraindication. We also discussed if we propose to allow education from an employer who may not be an approved CE provider, especially within certain established parameters, and discuss the requirement of the supervised experience, if that should be under a speech language pathologist who is licensed in California only. We also discussed if we were requiring the supervisory experience to be from direct client care with patients versus allowing experience with students, volunteers, and/or mannequins. We agreed that there should be restrictions on our specified requirements to feeding and swallowing therapy with bolus material for specific age groups. We also add a comment regarding severe cognitively impaired patients or clients. And we also clarified the aspects of education that should be required. For example, etiology, therapy, maneuvers, anatomy, physiology, signs and symptoms of dysphagia, and/or soft signs of swallowing dysfunction, screening and assessments, ethical considerations, and dysphagia diets. Did I miss anything from the committee?
Documentation.
Documentation. Anything?
Documentation was the
Yeah.
last thing.
That's, okay. So just some touch points on that. Okay. I'd like to now ask Mr. Borges to provide an update on the hearing aid dispensing committee meeting from yesterday.
Our meeting was significantly shorter. We just had two questions that we were basically addressing, essentially finalizing language for the dome removal procedure to put in front of the board, and also defining the airbone gap as one of the contraindications. So I think we can, I'm hoping it was amended so we can go to the board with that as opposed to having another committee meeting, but I guess we shall see.
All right, thank you. I'd now like to ask Dr. White to provide an update on the Audiology Practice Committee meeting that was held yesterday.
All right, good morning. The Audiology Practice Committee meeting was pretty short as well, primarily centered around discussion about defining further what specific type of hearing screening an aide might be able to perform, as well as some discussion around clarity, what it meant to fit a device or post-fitting counseling so that we could better indicate what an aide, what was in the scope of what an aide should be able to do for an audiology aide. So this requires some further discussion, so it will be coming back to the committee after board staff works on it a little more before we can bring it to the board.
All right, thank you. Is there any board discussion?
I did have a question. There was a lot of talk about being able to screen and allowing them to screen or not and what that means. And I noticed in the, when it talks about on page 14 of 17, duties they shall not perform, what functions they shall not perform, and it lists the VNG, the ENG, the AVR. It doesn't list audiometry as something they would not be able to perform. And my question is that we're making the assumption if we say they can do screenings, then that gives the assumption that they're not doing what would be a comprehensive audiogram, or is that what you're thinking as opposed to just listing it as one of those functions they're not allowed, so it's kind of cut and dry?
I think because it's under, so if you're looking on page 14 of 17 from the Audiology Practice Committee, under 1399.154.11, under A, you know, so they shall not perform, under A it says conduct diagnostic evaluations, which I think it was what we thought would cover audiometry,
Okay.
but if you feel like we should further define it, I think that's reasonable.
I would like if we could maybe take a stab at that, just so that there's no gray area there.
I don't know, doing research, there's a lot of information. Is an audiometry test included the part of the impedance test battery?
No.
All right.
No, so I think just under A, I would just say, conduct diagnostic evaluations, including diagnostic audiometry. Would that be,
Yeah.
sound okay?
Yep. I think that helps to narrow the scope when you talk about screening later on, that
Yeah.
this is strictly what we're doing.
Yep,
Yep.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
To now ask if there is any public comment from anyone in the room. Okay, seeing none, we'll go on and move to agenda item 12, our executive officer's report.
Thank you, Chair Dominguez. So this is our executive officer's report, and it's a little more fun than usual, of course, but we'll start from the top. So the administrative update is that we are currently staffed. So adding our new assistant executive officer back at the end of August means we're fully staffed. We have one position that is not funded, so we don't fill it. So I consider us fully staffed. So that's how we do that. In outreach, since the board's August meeting, we have had meetings with the board chair and vice chair, with CASHA, the California Speech Language Hearing Association, and the California Academy of Audiology, at their request to discuss different issues affecting speech language pathologists, audiologists, and SLPAs. And so those have covered a variety of topics. And then on September 19th, the board's vice chair, Dr. White, and Dr. Sanders attended the California Academy of Audiology annual conference and presented on all of our behalf, since I was sick and unfortunately did not get to attend virtually. So they delivered a presentation that included updates on the board's laws and regulations related to the requirements for continuing professional development. Talked about the most common reasons for failing a continuing professional development audit, and then also highlighted the differences between the role of the board versus the role of the association when it's talking about associated legislative advocacy on the behalf of licensees. And that was, I believe, a well-received presentation. On September 30th, the board's assistant executive officer and myself attended the fall meeting of the California chapter of the Council of Academic Programs in Communication Sciences and Disorders, or CAPSID as I call it. And at this meeting, the board's leadership learned about issues related to electronic databases that they track clinical hours with, and some changes to those, as well as issues that clinical sites were having with different issues, of course, their students and their learning. So professional dress codes and how to dress and present yourself professionally. And then also they got updates on the creation of health professions track for pre-doctoral students. So that was interesting. And then the Commission on Teacher Credentialing has some new program requirements that some of the programs are working on right now as well. So now to the fun part of the report. So included in your materials is the board's budget report. So I'm gonna go flip on over to the wonderful color pages. So normally, we don't have this complex of enforcement cases early in the fiscal year. So you don't normally see any sort of red, the ominous red ink at the bottom. So as a reminder, anytime that we have to go over on our expenditures for the Office of the Attorney General, who helps prosecute cases, or the Office of where am I going? Administrative hearings. I almost said administrative law, and I'm like, no, I know that's the wrong one. So anytime we're going to go over in those two categories, there's a special provision in the law that says we can ask for a current year augmentation of our budget to cover those. That augmentation, it doesn't come out of the state budget, it still comes out of our fund. So again, we have a fund where all of the revenues go into, and each year the legislature and the governor approve how much we will get budgeted. When we get this current year augmentation, it says, hey, I need to pull some money from our fund, our savings account, and we need to put it in for these purposes. And it's for prosecution of cases. So you guys haven't seen the result of those cases just yet, but that's the high level of expenditure we had in the first few months has resulted in our projection to be very high. So that is eating through most of the rest of the budget. In that way, if those two line items will cause you to blow your budget, which this year we expect they will, then we can request that augmentation. So in your packet, you have what we currently project, so that it's very transparent, and then what we would project once we get the augmentation. So you'll see there's a negative 7.84 projected deficit, and then it moves to it's small, but it's still a positive of 0.58 or $19,620. So included in that, of course, we always have to be fiscally responsible. So we have done what we can to also limit our expenditures. So we have paused procurements. So hopefully our laptops, including my own, continue to hold up. We will not replace those at the moment. We also have paused all overtime, so thankfully our new online licensing has made it so much faster, but we will go ahead and pause overtime in order to not accrue additional. And then there's other measures that we thankfully had to put in because of the governor's budget letters in prior years. Those savings are also going to hit this year. We just don't know what they're going to be in dollar amounts. So we expect to save some money in printing and in postage because of the renewal postcards instead of the renewal packet that was a big mailer that most of you were chucking in the recycle bin, hopefully, because most of you renew online. And so that should also be savings. We just can't project them because it was a certain amount per parcel amount, and I don't really have that number per se. So we are taking all those measures. It will be in the positive. We will request the augmentation through the DCA budget office and work on that. It is a high amount, so I may have to go before a committee and justify it, but I don't think we'll have a problem with that. You'll eventually see the cases, and you'll know why. So we are doing all the work to protect consumers, and sometimes that means a pretty big current year augmentation. Part of the conversation you'll see in our sunset in the fiscal section is that due to all the cuts we've already taken, we no longer have a certain amount of padding in our budget to absorb more of these Office of Attorney General and Office of Administrative Hearing costs. There have been prior years where we went over that line item and we just ate it because our budget had enough padding in it we could absorb those costs. And you're not going to see that as much. So the governor's reductions with staffing and with vacancies and with government efficiency reductions, all of those we no longer have that little bit of padding to take that. So we may see more years where we have to request that augmentation. And again, that also depends on caseload. Often, most years, we don't, as you can see in our report, we don't take a ton of discipline each year. But when we do, it costs a certain amount of money. And in some years, we have higher complexity cases. And last year and this year, high complexity cases, a couple of cases this board doesn't see in the last decade. So it's just been an interesting last year and this year. So I want you to be aware of it. Do you have any questions on the budget?
I was just curious where the item, so we were budgeted 143,000, and where that number comes from, because you look at how much we had last year, and you can kind of get an idea of what it might be. Where does that? Do we basically have no control over that number? They're going to pick a number and hope that that's what it is.
It's normally a 3-year average. What I will tell you is that in the last couple years, it's been high, but normally that's kind of the averaged out. We'll have a high year, and then it goes low for 2 to 3 years, and then it goes up again, and then it goes down again. We, at this point, might have to look at that. The budget office isn't, if we've had 2 extraordinary years, I don't presume in a normal year we will spend that much. We won't have these types of cases that cost us this much. So we might need it adjusted higher, but not by that much. But again, it'll depend on the caseload. So when we look at the sunset, they ask how many cases did we go to hearing for versus stipulated settlement. Generally, we're about the same percentage, in the 72 to 75% range of stipulations. Those cost us a lot less, right? So if a licensee is willing to say, nope, I did wrong, I'm okay with probation, and it's the probation the board generally approves and that they believe is the right course of action. And then, of course, you guys approve that anyways, right? So we negotiate it, and then you approve that stipulated settlement. If I can obtain discipline in that manner, it behooves me to do so. There are cases that I do have to take to court, and hopefully just not as often. We just, again, rare cases. We don't see those types of cases often, and we just happen to have them both come to a head in 2 back-to-back fiscal years, and they were extensive cost for their hearings and multi-day hearings. And often most hearings are pretty short, half day, 1 day. This one was 3 days. I have one that's projected for 6 by the end of the year. So, but that, and it takes what it takes.
Right. So the number's basically a prognostication of, maybe this, and then,
It's generally the average.
Right.
But that will be the interesting question. We haven't adjusted that line item in a while, and is that something the budget office we can talk about? Yes, I know these 2 years were extraordinary, but maybe it's time to still look at adjusting it up.
I was gonna say, if you take a 3-year average from next year, it's,
And that's
gonna go
where,
way
yeah,
higher.
I hesitate to do that as well, because, I mean, then it's just artificial, right? We'll put a bunch of money in the budget,
Right.
and then it'll just get reverted back at the end of the year. I mean,
Right.
there's not, you're not trying to pad it, it's just, it'll come in, go out. But it does make it an interesting question, because there are steps we have to take to get the augmentation. So if we keep having to do it year after year, then it might justify saying, look, we need to figure out a new average. This one with these last 2 fiscal years isn't it. But we need to find the new average, and
I
we
don't
need
rec-
to build
I don't
that in.
recall, but did we have to do an augmentation last year because of the amount?
We did.
I mean, looking
But
at
it
how
was a
much it was, I
smaller
would assume we
amount.
had to, but,
It was a smaller amount. It was much smaller, and so we just went for it. Normally, and I say normally, normally we don't find all these costs in the first 6 months, so we're not projecting that until later, and we find out, oh, okay, hold on, we're going to go over, so let's take measures now. But usually that's in the spring. This year, just due to when the costs were happening, we knew right off the bat it was going to be high. And then just took a look at our caseload, and then got set for hearing for the other case for 6 days. So I have to be prudent and assume we're actually going to expend all that, so.
And perhaps you're going to go over this sheet next, but.
Oh, the fund condition. So that is the status of our fund or our account. That's where our money comes from. It's where all, just so everyone else is aware, all of your license application fees and renewals, they all go into the fund. So our board is not funded by your general state taxes. It's all a special fund. So only your license and renewal fees pay for the board to operate. So we have to operate within that. So our fund is the savings account. The awkward part being the fund doesn't care about whether it's an augmentation or not, whether you blew your budget or, like, it only cares about the top amount. The other part being the fund is always meant to say, what would happen if you didn't keep growing? Our board continues to grow in licensing, generally because of speech pathologists and speech language pathology assistants. That's the growth area. Your fund never shows that. So you'll see where it doesn't keep growing. So the actuals in 24, 25, if you look at like renewal fees, right, is 2472. So 2,472,000. It goes up in the current year because that's what I've projected, and then it's a straight line after that, right? And the same thing with regulatory license, other regulatory licenses and permits, that's application fees, okay? And then you'll see how it goes straight line across. It doesn't actually factor in growth. It assumes I'm going to spend my whole budget, but it doesn't assume the growth I know is there. Just in case suddenly we started to decline. There are other boards that are in decline. There are fewer people going to obtain those higher level degrees, those higher level licenses, and those boards actually, this is the saving grace, is that they already assumed it's flatlined. And so you don't have to worry as much. Our board, on the other hand, we continue to grow. It just doesn't ever show up on the fund condition this way. So it looks like it'll go down, but then as each year, it's going to keep going up. So, and we've had, I think it's in your sunset, but I think it's like 27% growth over the last 4 years. So it's significant. So that's where I don't worry too much about it. The next question would be is if there ever was that point where we flattened out, right, but our costs were higher, we would then have a structural deficit and need to talk about a fee increase, right? So right now, all of our fees are at their statutory cap. So that means the law, the statute says I can only go this high. And then we would have to go to the legislature and say, hey, our operations require this. We have a structural deficit of that. We need you to up the cap. So the legislature has done that for other boards during the sunset process. They do a fee study internally or externally, and then they come before them and say, we need you to up the cap to whatever. Then the boards, most of them, well, we have two sides. The hearing and dispensing is generally set in statute, and then the speech and audiology there's a cap in the statute, and then we regulatorily increase the actual amount. So it's double process, but we don't see that right now. So in the next 5 years, I don't see a fee increase, so we're not going to be talking about a fee increase at this point. But again, that's also because we continue to grow significantly in revenues. We just don't ever put that on the fund, right? So it's a little artificially awkward on there. And then the fund condition does not care how the money went out, whether it's through an augmentation or not, but we've gone ahead and said, what does it look like, right? So you'll notice on the first fund condition, there's no mention of an augmentation in the expenditure section. It just says, oh, hey, you expended all this money. The second one has in there a 25-26 AG OAH augmentation, and that's what we'll be seeking, is that augmentation right there. So instead of it being part of the top number, it'll be part of that number. So it just shows you more clearly where it's going. There's a lot of delinquency. I would, at a prior board, I worked on upping the delinquency fee so that people would take it more seriously. I don't think we're there yet, but it is a growing problem. Our delinquency is growing each year as well. So people are not renewing in a timely manner. And I would mention, if you don't renew on time and you are providing services to patients, you are unlicensed practicing at that moment. And you should be aware of that.
And that hasn't been tied to not sending out the full paper letter renewal form, like the increase in delinquency. So we're not relating it to that.
This has been increasing year over year for some time. So paper, postcard, doesn't matter. People are just not doing it in a timely manner. And as you might remember, you more recently had a case where someone got a citation and fine for continuing to operate with a delinquent license, and for doing so for quite a substantial amount of time. And so the board takes it seriously. And I will say, and in that instance, I had to go to court to uphold that citation and fine, and I think that's a very relevant. I know it costs us money, but if you're going to be performing unlicensed practice for that long and then think there's no penalty, then no. So, but our citation and fine was upheld by the administrative law judge, and again, cost me a little bit of money, but the point is to like, okay, everyone, you have to take this seriously. This is a serious thing. So, but that's all where it's at. We've taken a lot of measures. We will work with the budget office, of course. We do monthly projections. We take a look at all these expenditures as they go. We could be asking for this augmentation and then something changes and we don't need as much. So we'll be working to fine tune that amount and then proceed to requesting it and then any hearings that we might need to have in order to obtain it.
Do you have to go to the legislature to increase the delinquency fee?
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's also set there. There are some boards that do half of the amount, and that really kicked people into gear on getting there because it was right now it's $25, so a lot of people just write it off. Yep. And so.
So now think, so
Oh,
it's
Mike's on there?
$25, so divide that by 37,000 for how many people are just paying delinquent fees.
It's a lot.
I mean, it's in the hundreds
It's a lot.
that are paying, just saying, forget it, we'll just pay it.
We can request it of the legislature. I just haven't gone there yet. There has been a couple of years that the legislature has also been wanting to toy with everyone's inactive fees. So I've kind of held off for a little bit. And if we were to ever have to do that, we would have to change our fee structure in general. So the fees that are charged have to cover the general operations of the board. And in order to have a lower inactive fee, you'd have to have a much higher active license fee. And so right now, again, the vast majority are speech pathologists and speech language pathology assistants. So I've tried to just keep their fees low due to, a lot of them are in schools. And so for now, we have to leave that alone. But if that type of legislation went through and we had to adjust our inactive fees, we would have to look at all the fees. We could also go before the legislature and ask them to up the delinquency fee. It just hasn't been like top priority.
I didn't mean like the inactive and active fees, but just delinquent fees in general. If you're delinquent, there are boards that pay 50%, so that will.
It's a pretty high increase, so
Uh-huh.
it just depends on what the board would want to entertain. But we can go before the legislature and ask for that as well.
For the delinquent fees to be increased, that also has to go
Just
through the
delinquent
legislature.
fees.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we have any of these court cases, is any of that money recouped during that case, or?
Not all of them, no. So when you appeal a citation and fine, I do not get to charge you cost recovery. So I just have to eat that. When we take discipline and somebody goes on probation, the cost recovery up to the hearing is part of that disciplinary order. So you'll see that cost recovery section when people get put on probation. We do recover that cost. If we revoke somebody, it does not get recovered unless they come back to petition for reinstatement, because you're taking away their license and that takes away their ability to earn it, right? So unless they're coming back. And then again, I would tell you that's only the cost up to the hearing. So all my days in court and that amount is not covered in cost recovery. So I will get some amount of cost recovery. But that also means it really heightens the incentives if a licensee is willing to stipulate to terms that the board would find agreeable to try to do so ahead of time. But when it's necessary, go to court. And of course, citation appeals, that's their right. They have the right to ask for that appeal. And then we just have to eat it. But that's also why, we only cite and fine when we think it merits it, and that when we're going to cite and fine somebody, I believe it's worth going before a judge to do so.
And I know that there's more audits that are being done, and so I imagine that as you do more audits, you're going to find more. Are there fees that are associated with those at all?
Yes, so citation and fine for CE audits are anywhere from $100 to $2,500. So those are going out. So you will see increased revenue in the citation and fine area, and a good chunk of that is CE audits. Now, again, we work with licensees, make sure there's no exemption that they qualified for, try to fetter anything out. If it's a small amount, maybe it merits an educational letter. But for those that are missing a good chunk and did not follow the requirements, there is a citation and fine there. So, most of which they're all just paying because they kind of know where they went wrong in their CE. So,
Will you remind what the number of months are for the funds in reserve?
oh, yeah. So funds in reserve, if you go to the fund condition at the bottom of the page, what it's saying is that in this current year, we would have 5.4 months if suddenly we stop generating revenue altogether. So imagine the world stops, everyone stops paying anything. We would have 5 months worth of operating expenses to cover if we got no revenue in whatsoever. Obviously, that's like worst case scenario, right? But that's helpful. And then in general, we're trying to keep anywhere from 3 to 6 months in reserve. The higher it goes, once you get to too high of an amount, then we talk about lowering fees. We're obviously not there because we've kept ours really low for a really long time. But there have been boards at that point, the question mark becomes, should we start talking about lowering licensing fees, or does the board want additional services that it's not getting and therefore needs to ask for more staffing to do those things? I've seen both ends of the spectrum at my time at DCA, so it is there's always that potential there. Due to where most of our licensees work, I'm trying to keep our license fees as low as we can, but to still cover our operations. So. Any other questions on the budget section? I had a feeling it'd be the more fun part of my report. I have fun talking budget, but I'm sure it's not as exciting. Tells you how nerdy I am, right? Passionate, there you go. So you also have in here the regulations report. So the last two regulations on processing times and audiology supervised clinical experience, those went through with the Office of Administrative Law, and they will become effective January 1st, 2026. So anytime we promulgate regulations, they become effective the next quarter. And so those are there. For the full information on the rest of the regulations, you can see Ms. Lorenzo's report in the regulations report. Wonderfully in licensing, we continue to have wonderful, dramatically better processing times. So in the last couple years, last 2 years, we've seen a 73% reduction compared to 2020, 2021, 2022. I, of course, didn't try to measure it against the year we were doing our business modernization. As you can see in the chart, certain months we have more processing, so we've seen more of a reduction. Like if you look at August, September, October, those are all pretty big. They used to be kind of the wave of all the graduations and degree conferrals, and so that's when we usually would have been hit with the summer wave of applications. But we've been able to hold steady at 1 to 2 weeks. And so if you submit your complete application and your online transcripts, your electronic transcripts, your complete application can be done within a week. So that's of you signing and submitting everything. So don't forget to sign your application. So, and then of course, this is just the other chart that we normally provide, speech language pathology, they're all at 1 week. So including verifications of experience forms for RPEs. In the practical exam, so the most recent practical exam was at the beginning of November. We don't have those results for you guys yet, but we'll provide them at the next meeting. The exam previous to that was on September 26th and 27th, and those results are provided right there, so about a 78% passage rate. And then enforcement, we have received 83 complaints in the first quarter, and that includes complaints and subsequent arrest notifications. And during the same period, the boards issued 8 citations and fines, and that includes continuing education audit citation and fines. And there are currently 5 formal discipline cases pending at the Attorney General's office. The board's monitoring 14 probationers, 5 of which are required to do drug and alcohol testing, and 3 of which are in told status. So they're either non-practicing here in the state or they live out of state and they're not practicing. So those are there. And you'll see the 2 most recent disciplinary actions we've taken, one of which was a voluntary surrender of the person's license, and the other was, you'll always see it read this way, revocation stayed and then probation. So this person is on 7 years of probation, and that's for very good reason that you signed off on that. And so there you go. And then CE and CPD audits. The board has continued doing the CE audits. We've gotten through June 2024, and the audits for July through September have also gone out, and those are 135 licensees that are in that audit pool, and those are currently underway. You'll see the passage rates are not as high as we'd like, but you know, I will tell you that we have seen a large increase in people asking the right questions ahead of this. They're now calling and checking in to double check what are the board's requirements. Are they different than the associations that have their certificates, which they are, and they have always been. So it's good. People are asking the right questions. I do have confidence in the next couple years we'll see the passage rate go up. Right now, obviously, it's from 2024. It's already gone and passed. So if you didn't meet it back then, you're kind of stuck. And then, of course, just so that everyone is educated on it, again, the board's continuing education requirements did change in 2025. So if your renewal cycle spans across it, you get to use the newer requirements. So that's the 50% self-study and then 50% live or synchronous CPD.
I would just comment, there's never been a better justification for having a position for a CPD auditor than these numbers. Particularly if, over the next couple of years, we see a much higher passage rate, then that speaks even more to the importance of having such a position, so.
I think there's an enormous good in getting that position. Between getting licensees to recognize that the board has specific requirements, that you do need to keep better records of your continuing professional development. You do need to be cognizant, are they approved providers? And then also, it's igniting good conversations with some licensees. One of them works in a school district and is working to get their school district again, because they used to be, again approved as a CPD provider because they provide continuing professional development at the school, but right now none of it counts because they let their continuing professional development provider license lapse, so they need to reapply, and then that's essentially free CPD they're accruing already on the job, right? So it's igniting a lot of good conversations, and there are a few actors that we'll also have to talk with on different topics, but using a CPD provider number when you don't have one and different things. So, or yours has expired years ago. So we're seeing some interesting stuff. It's a good thing we have her on it, and it's a great thing that we are doing it. I think it will benefit licensees, and then hopefully that we'll see that decline in the fail rate in the next couple years.
I also think it's very helpful and beneficial for us when we go to the CASHA conventions, the CAA conventions, and this is a topic of discussion where we are reminding them what the requirements are, that 50% or whatever it is for the specific discipline. So I think it brings to light, and we're giving them the tools. Make sure you check this website to make sure that they are a provider. Make sure that you keep your CEU certificates on file. Just ensuring that everything is in line. And then feeling free to call the staff at the office if they have any questions. So I think it is very key that we continue to be present in these organizations and in the schools so they can prepare on an annual basis to keep this momentum.
I agree, and I think it's that whole concept of over-communication and the reality that you really often can't over-communicate. In other words, you repeat the same thing over and over and over to the same group of people, and they still don't get it. I know when we presented at CAA, as I'm sure at CASHA was the same thing, we talked about it at the presentation in detail. And then 80% of the questions of people that came up afterwards for the next day or two at the conference all was around the same things that we literally had on the slides that they had in their binder. So I think, continuing to really push out information repeatedly is probably the best way.
And then also in your packets, of course, is the standard licensing report. We continue to grow, and we're now at 44,829 licensees as the end of the first quarter. This board has significant growth, and as you can see, a vast majority is in the SLP and SLPA categories, but there is growth in all of these areas, which is positive. And then, of course, the enforcement report for all the prior fiscal years provided, and then the not huge, but significant increase in complaints and convictions that we've gotten. There was quite a drop in complaints and convictions during the pandemic, and it continued up until last year. But as we'll talk in the sunset, part of that is we stumbled across some things, and then also anytime someone fails their audit, we have to open a complaint in order to issue the citation and fine. So some of that is, again, finding violations through the CE audit. So are there any questions on the licensing, enforcement, or practical exams? Or on my report in general?
You're very busy. I'll say that louder. You're very busy.
I am.
So appreciate all your work and the staff's work on addressing all these issues. That's
Thank
a heavy,
you.
heavy lift.
We're very proud of the work we do, and I'm very proud of our staff. So we have a very dedicated, small but mighty team. So
Absolutely. Okay, seeing no more comments from the board, I'd like to ask if there is public comment from anyone in this room. Okay, seeing none. Did you want to break first? Yeah. Okay, before we move on to agenda item 13, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
We will go ahead and take a 15-minute break, reconvening at 10:23. Thank you. Okay, we are reconvening 10:24, and we will proceed with agenda item 13, the regulatory report, update, review, and possible action on board regulation packages. And I would now like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. I only have two updates, which our executive officer mentioned, which is processing times and audiology supervised clinical experience. They were both approved by the Office of Administrative Law and filed with the Secretary of State on September 23rd and 22nd, respectively, and will both become effective on January 1st. These regulatory changes remove processing time and reference to processing times in multiple regulation sections and codify the number of clock hours of supervised clinical practice experience required for licensure, audiology licensure applicants who have completed an audiology doctoral program. The remaining proposed rulemakings are still on hold while board staff, me, work on other regulations, and that concludes my report.
All right. I'd like to open it up for board discussion. No, thank you for the update, Ms. Alonso. I have to ask on every agenda item if there is public comment, so I will do that right now. So you don't have to, but I do need to offer the opportunity for public comment. So at this time, if anyone has public comment, you're welcome to approach the microphone. Okay, seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 14, discussion and possible action on the board's 2026 Sunset Review Report. And I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to present information on this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, so to give some background so that everybody here is aware, each year the Assembly Business and Professions Committee and the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee hold joint sunset review oversight hearings to review boards and bureaus under the Department of Consumer Affairs. The sunset review process provides the opportunity for the legislature and DCA and boards and bureaus and stakeholders to all discuss the performance of the boards and bureaus, make recommendations for improvement, and then extend the sunset date for the board or bureau. So our board is authorized to operate by statute or by law. And the legislature gives us 4 years because we do well. So every 4 years, we have to go before them again and show that we're doing well, we're making progress on our goals, we're not lacking or deficient in any area substantially, and that they'll reauthorize us or sunrise us again for another 4 years. So currently, this very large section here on agenda item 14 is our sunset report. It is it's quite the process. So over the summer, we got the questions. They do change a little bit year to year. So oftentimes we will have gotten last year's questions, and then there are still changes. Some of them are similar, I feel like time immemorial, but they've been the last few sunsets, but there are some new questions. That's why during the summer and fall, we went ahead and had you guys look at potential statutory proposals, right? So things we might want to change as part of our sunset. If they're non-controversial, we can take them and put them in the sunset as cleanup or as other issues for the committees to consider. During the fall, we had our sunset review ad hoc committee and board leadership develop the sunset report. And as soon as I'm done with this little timeline, I'll go ahead and ask Ms. Dominguez and Dr. White to just give you guys some insight into how the process went. So that you're aware. And then at this meeting, we need to approve the report because on January 5th, I believe, it is due to the legislature. So we have to actually provide them a physical copy, which you might have seen in the back. Sorry, my old one has tabs. But it comes out as a nice paper-bound report. It's also put on our website. We provide them electronic and physical copies. And then, of course, next spring, we will actually go to oversight hearings. So the board chair, whoever it is at that time, and myself will go before the legislature and we will testify. They can ask us any questions they want at that time. Prior to that hearing, they usually provide us a list of their own questions. They read the report we submit, they make their own summary, and then they ask a few questions. It could be completely random, but most of the time it's based on what's in our report, what they've asked previously, or it's a current hot topic at the legislature and they just want to ask us the same question as everyone else. So it could be any of those. When we get those questions, staff and the Sunset Review Committee will draft a response, but then the board will need to approve that response. So hint, hint, at the end of today, we will pick out dates for next year. So we'll try to coordinate them later in the year than we're normally having our first meeting, but that's in order to approve those questions at that meeting. So I'm trying to wrap everything up in a bow for you guys and combine it all. And in the summer, so after we have our sunset review oversight hearing before the legislature, they then craft a bill that will reauthorize us for another 4 years, along with any changes the committee will approve. So often, again, this is also a political process. All the committee members have to be willing to approve the sunset. So Anything that they've decided is controversial or there's opposition, they might remove that and then proceed with that sunset bill. So it's a piece of legislation. And then the fall, that bill gets approved, and then it goes before the governor, who then normally signs it. I don't think I've ever seen a veto for a sunset. So, and then that reauthorizes us, and then hopefully that means January 1, 2027, we would have our new sunset date. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to the Sunset Review Ad Hoc Committee members to just give you a little bit of insight into how our meetings went in the process, which we've been doing over October and November. So this fall, we've been having those meetings and going through the draft report together.
Sure. So what we did in the context of these meetings, we'd meet for about an hour and a half at a time, and Ms. Burns was amazing at providing us sections of the sunset report that we would go through in advance, and then we'd get together at the meetings and talk through any changes that we saw. Most of them were not really substantive. There was a lot of edits. There were minor changes. I think we did some larger changes when we were describing the different professions near the beginning of the report, just to beef them up a little bit and make them more clear. And we had to keep in mind the whole time that this was going to non-professionals, not speech-language pathologists or audiologists or hearing aid dispensers, so to try and keep the language as clear as possible as we develop that. So repeated meetings, a lot of hours spent combing through the documents, tons of work by the board staff and by Ms. Burns, so really appreciate they made the process nice and easy, and hopefully you had so much fun reading that report. Yeah.
Yes. And Ms. Burns, you mentioned that you're bringing it here wrapped up nicely with the bow. Ms. Burns did an excellent job, along with the additional support of the ad hoc committee, myself, and Dr. White, of unwrapping it first before bringing it to you with the bow. Taking us through section by section, there were 11 sections, including attachments, that she brought to us in pieces, and it was more easy to digest that way, to go through the sections, make our suggestions or proposals for changes, whether they be grammatical or a way to further explain. But with Ms. Burns bringing these to us in sections was very helpful. Again, these meetings were an hour and a half. I think our last one was even longer than that. Just taking the time before bringing it to you to make sure that it has the intent and the presentation prepared as we proceed to present this next year. So again, very thorough, very time-consuming, very detail-oriented, and you can see on top of the other things that Ms. Burns and the office staff needed to work on based on her executive officer report, this was on top of it as well. So I think it was an amazing job. And hopefully you enjoyed reading it, and it was definitely a learning opportunity, and hopefully it's the same for you. Okay, we'll hand it back over to you.
Sounds good. Okay, so first off, we'd like to do a board discussion item, and we'll do that before we go section or page by page. So at the Hearing Aid Dispensing Committee meeting in May, I believe it was May, it was determined that allowing the hearing aid trainee to maintain a branch office license pursuant to BPC section 2538.34 would be inconsistent with BPC section, when I say BPC, it's the Business and Professions Code, section 2538.30, which prohibits the management or independent operation of a business that engages in the fitting and sale of hearing aids by temporary and training licenses, and suggested statutory changes should be considered. So the committee has looked at this language. It seemed to us that it was worthwhile to go ahead and put at least the statutory changes into the sunset report, because sunset is an opportunity for the board to bring up cleanup language for legislation to the committees. So if you turn to page 118 of the sunset report, we've included that as a new issue. So in that, we are talking about what we'd like to clean up in the statute, which is to clarify the statutes on address and place of business, as well as removing maintain in 2538.34. And then also making it clear that a duplicate license, we actually mean a branch office license, not a duplicate license. It's a branch office license. And then also the part about temporary basis, meaning a limited and short period of time that is not intended to occur repeatedly. So we've added this in here for your consideration. It can be removed if the board wants to take more time, but we'd like to have you take a look at B there on the hearing aid dispensing branch office language cleanup to see this is what we had. I have a highlighted yellow on 119 in case we make changes so that we could do it as amended. But I'd like the board to consider, it seems to me these are worthwhile changes to go ahead and ask the Sunset Committee to consider. But the board hasn't seen this at the board table. Only the Hearing Aid Dispensing Committee had seen it at the committee level. So I do want to go ahead and see if we can discuss this item and then potentially get a motion to approve it so that we have approved that we want to make the change to the statute, and then we can go back to page by page. And you'll notice on the text, this is the text that you guys looked at the May meeting.
Do we have to make a motion first to discuss?
Not to discuss, you can discuss and then make a motion.
Okay.
And, oh, I lost my spot. I was going to say, and I believe I provided some motion language as well, once we're ready. This one. So I'll give you some time to review, and then we can discuss it more. Do members have any questions?
No, I think it looks good. But I've already been looking at it for a while.
Would anyone like to entertain a motion on page 2 of the memo?
So I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the legislative proposal to be included as part of the board's sunset review report. If accepted, move to adopt the legislative proposal as part of the board's sunset review as amended. Oh, noticed, thank you, as noticed.
A second?
May I have a second?
Second?
Wait, who
That's
noted?
the initial. You
Who
make the
made the
motion
motion?
first.
You
I'll
make the
second
motion?
it.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you, doctor and doctor. Okay, I have to do this again. I'd like to ask for public comment for anyone in the room at this time. Okay, seeing none, I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote.
Absolutely. Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Dr. White?
Aye.
Mr. Borges?
Aye.
Dr. Chambers?
Aye.
Ms. Chang?
Aye.
Mr. David?
Aye.
Dr. Sanders?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. turn it back over to you to continue
Okay.
presenting.
So now the fun part. We're going to go page by page. I promise it won't go forever. So in the beginning, the section 1, background and description of the board. I did want to highlight, we've tried to make it more robust on the function of the board, where we talk about the services provided by speech-language pathologists and audiologists and hearing aid dispensers. It is really our opportunity to educate the committee as well as the members on what do speech-language pathologists and audiologists and hearing aid dispensers do, and as where it seems plain to all of us, it is often helpful to give them as much education as we can. So we have tried to increase this. Are there any changes, edits, questions on the improved, enhanced function of the board when we're talking about speech-language pathologists, audiologists, and hearing aid dispensers? No? Okay. All right. Page 2 and page 3 is a little bit about our licensing population. So we continue to grow. We have growth rates for all of those. Those are provided by the U.S. Department of Labor's Bureau of Labor Statistics. The board also has on page 3, we talk about the sections where each of the license types and categories are mentioned. We also have the SLPA training program approval, continuing professional development provider approval, and CE course approval. Page 4 then goes into the history of the hearing aid dispensers examining committee, which was previous to this board, the history of the speech language pathology and audiology board, and then the history about the merger of those boards together as one, which is how we are currently constituted. They were merged by Governor Schwarzenegger. Schwarzenegger, added an H in there, back in 2010. And then the not fun part, I will go somewhat quickly on this. This is just meeting attendance. They always ask this. We put it on here. Are there any edits? Did we miss anyone? Obviously, they're yellow for yes, you came here, and then I'll make them unyellow that you all attended. But in case I missed anything, I have seen that in prior sunsets. It says no, but you actually were there, or you weren't there, and I have it as yes. So if anybody had any edits to their own attendance, let me know. The attendance records cover all board members for the whole 4-year period, so you will see some former board members on there. And then that takes you all the way through page 18. Are there any edits to the member attendance? Okay. The board member roster, I have put this on here. I've put the term expires, and I've included your grace year because it seems confusing when I oftentimes will put on there the expiration date of your appointment per the appointing authority, so the governor or the assembly or the Senate, but you all get a grace year for 1 year after that, and then it gets confusing to people. So they'll think, oh, well, you're off the board. Well, no, you've expired, but you're in your grace year. So I've included the grace year so it's just easier to see how long you're actually there. You can, of course, be replaced during that time, or you can be reappointed. Either way, it's up to the appointing authority. We have not had any quorum issues in the past 4 years, so that's on page 19. That's a nice thing to be able to say. And then major changes since the last sunset. So we always talk about board leadership, so the change in board chair and vice chair that occurred in December of 23. And then, of course, the appointment of myself as the interim executive officer when Paul Sanchez left for another state agency last year in October of 2024. And then the other big ones would be the adoption of our updated strategic plan for 2025 to 2028. We have added that. I'm not sure why it wasn't labeled in the sections for attachments, but it's now attachment E. So that's provided in there as well as on our website. And that is developed by the board with collaboration of stakeholders. We do a very big environmental survey, and then the board chooses different strategic goals and objectives for the next 4 years. And then, of course, in February of 2025 is when you guys appointed me as the executive officer. So that was the full appointment. And then in August 2025, I was able to hire the assistant executive officer, Michael McGott. And so that was there. And then after that starts the legislation on page 20. Any edits in there yet? Okay, I'll keep going. Legislation is just those things that impact the professions or the board. This is a list of those items. After that is the regulations approved by the board since the board's last sunset, and then the status of each of those packages. When we're looking at that on page 27, I do have an edit. The Audiology Supervised Clinical Experience. It was actually filed with the Secretary of State on September 22nd, 2025. They were a day apart between them and the processing time, so I wanted to make sure we got that edit. Because I'm going to take all of your edits and then make them all next week and then turn them into DCA to do the print job for all of this. And pretty much I have to have it all into them next week, so we'll go through that. Major studies conducted by the board. We included in that the 2025 occupational analysis for speech-language pathologists, and that's in attachment C. That occupational analysis was completed in 2025 and is used by the Office of Professional Examination Services when we're looking at the praxis exam and whether or not that still covers the practice of speech-language pathology adequately and should be required for the required exam for licensure. And so that is provided there. We went ahead and listed the national association to which the board belongs. So the board belongs to the National Council of State Boards of Examiners in Speech-Language Pathology and Audiology. It's a national professional organization that is other boards, so it's all licensing boards that are part of that. And then topics include licensing, examination changes, enforcement trends, and consumer protection, as well as general health care. The board is a voting member. We don't get to go very often due to state fiscal restraints and the like. But the last time that we were able to go, the former executive officer, Paul Sanchez, went to Santa Fe, New Mexico in 2022. And the theme of that conference was good governance, inclusion and collaboration in the regulation of audiology and speech-language pathology. So a little bit in there on that. And then it asks if the board's using a national exam, how is it and how are we involved in it? And the board does take 2 national exams. They are both the praxis, one for speech-language pathology and one for audiology. Talks about it in there. That ends section 1 on page 29. Are there any questions, edits? One down. There you go. See? 29 pages in already. Look at that. All right. Section 2 is about fiscal and staff. So it asks questions about, is the board's fund continuously appropriated? It is not. We get our funding from our revenues, which is renewals and licensing fees, et cetera. So during the past 4 years, we talk about the fund condition, and the past 4 years, we ranged from 5.5 months in reserve to 7 months in reserve. At the end of 2025-26, of course, this is capturing, at the point in time, the board was projected to have a 10 months in reserve, so that has changed. But that is where we were at when we were writing it. So at the end of, it might be worth updating it, yeah. That is the, it would have been nicer to keep the 10, but I think we should go ahead and update that. These items on page 29. And then we do not have a level that's mandated for statutory purposes. We do try to keep their 3 to 6 month is the goal. Let's see. The next part is the table on our fund condition. It shows that there. These were provided by the budget office, and at that point, they did not want to update 25, 26 and 26, 27. If the board would like to, I can work with the budget office to get these updated. Give me the microphone.
I think we should, because we don't want to show the legislature that we have, 8.2 months of reserves, and then.
Then we have 5 or whatever we
Yeah.
have.
And then we're gonna ask for money from that.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't make, yeah.
And then it does say here that we always try to do a level of 5 months to 7 months, so we don't want to over that.
Yeah. So I can request that from the budget office to get these numbers updated in columns 25, 26, and 26, 27. Let's see. Describe if and when a deficit is projected to occur, and if and when a fee increase or reduction is anticipated. So this is more on a structural deficit question, so that's also why we didn't answer in the positive to that. So we don't anticipate any fee changes at the moment, and I don't think we actually will need them. We just, again, need to borrow for the augmentation for Office of Attorney General and Office of Administrative Hearings, but that's kind of where we're at now. So if and when we do, we'll have conversations at the board level about doing a fee study and working with how to do that fee study to project what does that look like and what is needed. But we'll probably see that as hey, we're declining in our fund statement each time, and we now have a structural deficit. What do we need to do to fix that? If it aligns with sunset, then we would do it there. If not, we would have to go before the legislature separately, which is also doable. It's been done. The next one is year-over-year expenditure fluctuations. Obviously, our biggest driver is enforcement, right? That's the 32%. And so, in general, there's not a whole lot we can do to absorb that anymore, as we've slowly whittled down the cushion that was in our budget previously. We were operating very efficiently, but there's still only so much you can do. Examination of costs are also included in there, while license or applicants pay those examination fees. As we talk about the regulations for those, we'll also talk about how much the board is probably subsidizing per applicant. Because those need to be set in regulations, they're always going to be behind. They're not like at that moment, here's the cost. So we'll talk about those later. The next one's about expenditures by component. Of course, enforcement's the biggest one. After that, we pay DCA. But again, we pay DCA what's called pro rata because we're a board of 14, 15 people. We pay the department to cover our legal affairs. They cover our accounting. They cover the budget. They cover Office of Information Technology, right? Our communications, our webcaster right over there, right? These are all things we could never afford to do on our own. So we pay DCA what's called pro rata to cover all those services we use on it's not a per usage basis, but kind of like that, right? So it's our portion of the cost of those things. The other costs that are big for us are, of course, licensing and administration. So covering the costs, it's staff, it's licensing. The big chunk is enforcement, and that's a lot of what we do. And then a small amount of examinations. Any questions so far outside of those edits? Up next is they just provide the expenditure by component, and it breaks it down by personnel costs versus OE&E, which is operations. Oh, I'd forget. Of course I would. Sorry, I'm going back to find it so I'm not speaking out of turn. Operating expenses and equipment. So things we purchase or pay for via contract versus people that we pay for. The next question is about our business modernization. So originally, the board was supposed to be part of the Breeze system. We were the third release, and so we backed out of that. We did not want to be part of Breeze. So that is why we ended up on our own project. So during the fiscal years of 2021, 22, and 22, 23, the board worked with the Organizational Improvement Office and the Office of Information Services to do a business modernization project. It talks about it in here. We were very proud, so we put all this in here because, again, we went before the California Department of Technology and did a competitive grant project. We did a presentation. We were able to be one of the first 3 to be approved for that grant, and that got us $411,000, which covered all of our external costs to do the business modernization. So that new online licensing system, this is what helped pay for it. So that didn't hit our fund. It came from that grant, which was great. And that's what covered all of that. There will be ongoing costs. It takes money to pay for the maintenance of the system and also just for the system in general. So those costs will hit our budget in the coming years, but it'll be built in. But that was kind of the bigger ones. And that's the fiscal part of that. So that's question 11 on page 32. When you move over to 33, stop me if anybody has questions or anything. The next one is about renewal cycles and fee changes over the last 10 years. So we did talk about the fee change in 2021. So that put them up to their statutory maximum levels, and then the chart shows the current fee amount, the statutory limit, and then the revenues from each, and the percentage that comes in of that. On to page 34. This one describes the budget change proposals submitted by the board for the past 4 years. So anytime that we want to increase the number of staff, we have to submit what's called a budget change proposal. We have to ask the legislature and the governor's office to approve those things. So we submitted 2 budget change proposals. I'll not use the acronym. Both of which were approved. So one of them was for our business modernization project. That's where we have the one unfunded position. It was funded only during the business modernization. It's not funded after. With the state, if you think your project's going to go over 2 years, you don't get a temporary position. You get a permanent one, but you get temporary money. So that's that one. The other one was for our staff services analyst, who is our CE auditor. So that's one position there. And then it says one office technician, but we changed it to a program technician, and that is the addition to our licensing staff. Those were both approved for the 23-24 fiscal year and has significantly helped the office. It was wonderfully aligned for right after our business modernization is when we got that extra help and to really get us over that hump. Any questions in the fiscal part or budget change proposals? Okay. I'm going to move on to staffing issues. So on page 35, so for the amount of licensees, we have 44,800 over that. We are a very small staff. We have 14.6 positions, but we have 13.6. So that just means the state we are budgeted for 0.6 positions, but we technically have 14 people. So we absorb that little extra cost. So this includes our licensing, examination, enforcement, regulations, and CE audits. And then that's what covers all of that. We've generally had a high retention rate. We have an 88% retention rate over the past 4 fiscal years and a 16% vacancy rate, which sounds high, but the state on average is 20% vacancy rate, so we're still underneath the state average. And then, of course, we're currently only able to handle our current workload demands because of our business modernization. So I will tell you, in reviewing the last sunset, the problem was that we continued to grow in our application workload and our licensing workload, but we weren't growing enough in the staff workload. Thankfully, we are continuing to grow, but that new online licensing system has helped cut down so much of the manual workload for the licensing analysts that we've been able to absorb that increase, right? We've been able to process almost 1,000 more applications a year with the same number of people, just due to the way the system works and how, they're looking at a screen, they've got 2 screens open, it's all right in front of them. They're not running around the office collecting varieties of paper. Anybody that's watching and was licensed pre the online licensing can remember it's lots of different pieces of paper sent to the office at different times, and it was quite messy. So that is a good thing for us. One of the other areas we talk about on page 35 is board administration and looking at necessary staffing levels as well as organizational levels. So we'll be talking about that more in the future, especially whether we have enough supervisory and leadership positions. And there's that. If we move to page 36, it's the last question of section 2, and that's staff development. So all staff are encouraged to take professional development. We generally get most of it through DCA's solid training office. So most of that training is free, it's not free. We pay our pro rata, and our staff get training from that. We have taken advantage of some training that does cost the board money, such as the National Certified Investigator and Inspector training, and that's enforcement training for enforcement staff, and that's provided by the National Council on Licensure, Enforcement, and Regulation, or CLEAR. It's a premier resource. We were very lucky to be able to do it all at once. Normally, you might do this as you onboard new enforcement analysts. At the time, DCA was able to do one big contract and everybody paid their portion, and we were able to do everybody all at once. So that was really helpful. Of course, then we had one person turn over again, so we will need to send the new staff member. Of course, not this year, as you might have guessed. It will have to be next fiscal year. So that we will work on that. But some of the classes, DCA does a lot of great classes. We also have some of them in there, the truth about employee engagement, cultivating human skills and critical thinking. We take advantage of what we can, which is a lot of great resources by DCA Solid, but we don't always go out and spend money to go externally. Partially because we're just so busy and we don't take advantage of as much as we could. Are there any questions, edits, anything anyone saw in section 2? Yeah. Oh, the microphone.
Maybe put it in like smaller paragraphs. I just noticed one like maybe on page 35.
Okay.
The board has been fortunate to have a considerably low number of vacancies, averaging only 2 vacant positions per year, but therefore unfilled. And then maybe like a paragraph since
Okay.
the last sunset review. It just makes it kind of easier to
Break
read
it up, yeah.
as I was reading the other stuff,
Yeah.
the other pages.
Any other questions, edits? All super clear? Okay. Up next is the section 3. It's on the licensing program. The first thing up is, of course, the table, and it's on our active, delinquent, retired, inactive, and other for each of the license categories. The one thing I would point out here is they've generally asked us to break this up. You will see when you look at speech language pathologists, the increase in out-of-state has continued. I do wish I had kept some older ones pre-last sunset. The increase in out-of-state has been pretty considerable right before the pandemic, and then pandemic on. It's a pretty big incline. There is a lot more telehealth happening. So when we talk about online services, I would just note the number of those is getting much higher. Not that it's a problem, it's just a trend that I would say is in the licensing community. And you'll also see that in the out-of-state speech-language pathology assistant category as well. That is growing as well, where there's more companies contracting for both the speech-language pathologist and the speech-language pathology assistant, and they live out of state but are providing telehealth. So that's an interesting one. The next up is about our performance targets and expectations. Are we meeting them? So we start out with, of course, we provide all this information in DCA's open data portal, but this is we were struggling to keep processing times at 30 days or below prior to our business modernization. During our business modernization, if you look at page 38, it gets red right in the middle, right? Not surprising. We had the same tiny team of licensing analysts testing the new system and creating it at the same time processing applications. So there was a big increase there. But as you can see, it goes down after that, and now we don't have any problems. I'm going to also mention that there are edits. I wanted to look at a couple data items, and after reevaluation, in the last category, 2024-25, from the top to the bottom, AIDS was actually, the average was 12 days, audiologist 11 days, audiologist temporary 18 days. I thought that 6 was kind of low because out-of-state applications usually take a little longer. There's no change on those two. The hearing aid trainee was actually 13 days, not 12. And the speech-language pathology assistant was actually 16. The other numbers are all correct as I put them. And then after that, we start looking at licensing data by type. The board talks about, we used to use extensive overtime in order to just stay at that 30-day processing time frame, which during the summer would always blow you out of the water, and we'd be at 6 to 8 weeks. Many people that were licensed previous do remember sitting and waiting all summer and panicking, right? So since that time, due to our modernization, we've actually had annual increase in workload for applications of 32% over the last 4 years. And we've averaged 4,864 applications annually. So it continues to increase, but thankfully we've been able to absorb it due to the business modernization project. At this point, we talked a little bit about how we've streamlined and done all of this. So I don't want to underemphasize it, but it's pretty huge that we have built-in calculation capacity. The system itself goes out and asks the training program director to sign it electronically and send it all back, and it's all in one same location, all in that one online application, and they're all fed through that system. It goes much faster. It means we're not spending a whole lot of duplicative staff time and effort on it. We upload their transcripts right into that online application. For the required professional experience licensees, it has a built-in mechanism to calculate, have you met your 36 weeks? How many weeks do you have left? Have you met your 12 months of experience for audiology RPs or not? These are all built into these online applications. That's really what's made it efficient. So we took a little bit of time to talk about that because that's really been the big decrease in our processing times, is making this transition to a online licensing system that really does the work the board needs it to do to make staff as efficient as possible. We still do our primary source verification. We're still making sure your praxis exam is correct and that you've passed it, that your transcript says your degree is conferred, but we're no longer spending as much time on a lot of the manual things that board staff used to have to do. So overall, that led to a 48% reduction in processing time frames in the first year, and then within the second year, we were at 71%. So that's a fantastic, exciting point that we could talk about. But I also wanted to highlight, and this is where the workload comes in, we have the same 4 licensing analysts, right? Those are the ones that review and approve applications. But this online licensing system has allowed in the first year a 27% increase in how many applications they can process and a 34% increase by year 2. So really, that's pretty huge for us. I mean, we were hoping for a reduction on the current, but the fact that it can help us absorb the ever-increasing workload, at least for now, is amazing. So that's kind of what we talked about in pages 38, 39, and 40. Are there any questions on that? Next up is the licensing data by type. So this is a breakdown each year. How many apps did we receive? How many did we approve? How many were closed? Again, you might have a closed application because it was the wrong application type. There's a variety of different reasons. They might have abandoned their application, which does happen. And then just due to our different data systems, in some of them we can track pending, some of them we can't. Some of them we can track complete apps versus incomplete apps, and some of them we just get the total. So again, these are all different data systems. We still are not to the point where it's all one data system with all the great data analytics. I'd love to be there someday, but we're not. Due to the scope of our initial application business modernization, it went from everything down to just that so that the board could afford it in those years and take advantage of that grant so that it's not our fund that's absorbing this technology modernization. But that also means we're still limited. We still have multiple data systems. Some of them still have limitations. But that's where all the data comes from, in case anyone is curious. After that data, it asks about license denials. So we do deny licenses. And as you can see from the table, it is not very often. So the legislature wants to know how often we do it and what do we do it for. So in that table, you'll see it's a pretty small number. It is a little difficult to see, but you might be denied in one fiscal year and appeal in the next fiscal year, and then you might actually get your license issued and put on probation the year after that. I mean, it depends. There's a lot of crossover. But in 18, you'll see the denials. We denied 1 in 21-22, 2 in 22-23, 1 in 23-24, and 3 in 24-25. And then they ask us to list these. I try to provide a little summary. You see a lot of misdemeanors, battery, assault, those kind of issues. Oh, and I'm missing a space on here. See, this is why you go through it page by page. The space between 19 and the last there. The next question is about whether or not we verify information provided. We do primary source verification, so yes, we are verifying your exam scores and your transcripts. It's also why you can't just hand us your Praxis score that they print out for you, and you can't just give, here's my copy of my it's got to come from your university. But it is electronic often. That's one wonderful change we've seen over the last 4 years is most all universities now are willing to do electronic transcripts sent to us, which is great. So that we just go ahead and upload that in there. If not, we will, of course, scan it and upload it into the online licensing system, but that's just one of those changes. Let's see. The process we use for criminal history, of course, everyone has to get fingerprinted. We get that information for the Department of Justice and the FBI. There's not too much about that. The next part on page 44, we do report to the National Practitioner Data Bank. So when we take discipline action against a licensee, we do report that so that other states would know that that action was taken. So other states then also can get reports if they would like or check people's licenses there. Just like how if you have licenses in multiple states, you're supposed to tell the other states that you got discipline. This is one other way states can double check that. Let's see. We do check on those things if we find disciplinary action. When it's part of your application, we will double check that other state license. So if you come in from another state, we will check with that other state. We will verify. and move from there. Primary source is generally about educational transcripts, clinical experience records, and verifications from other states, as well as exam scores. No longer interested is essentially once your license cancels with the board, or you decide, I want to abandon my application, I'm not actually going to do that, the board submits a no longer interested to the Department of Justice saying this person is no longer interested in being licensed by us. Therefore, we do not need to have any subsequent arrest notifications. This is also why when they petition for reactivate or reinstatement of a license, so we revoked them, but then they come back, they have to get re-fingerprinted, because we will have already said, hey, DOJ, don't keep sending us subsequent arrest notices, because we shouldn't have access to that anymore. Just as a informative part of the process. Let's see, and then we describe on page 45, question 20 is about the legal requirements and process for out-of-state and out-of-country applicants to obtain licensure. We go through that about hearing aid dispensers and then speech-language pathologists and audiologists. We talk about the requirements there with the examinations. We talk about the CCC or the ABA certification and how that helps with licensure as well. We talk about on page 46 our out-of-country applications and how we do those reviews. We use subject matter experts to make sure that they are essentially equivalent to a U.S. graduation or a U.S. degree for the master's. This is generally exclusively for speech-language pathologists, so that's where that is. And then 21, it's about military questions. And there's a spacing issue right here. And so this is about expedited licensure for military applicants, including military spouse, and then those that we waive fees for. This board is not as impacted as other boards. Obviously, nursing, medical board, physical therapy, right? They often have a lot more military service members. We have a generally small population, and we track them there. But the newer one, where military spouse applications the fee is waived. We've actually had 86 of those since the last sunset review. 86 in 4 years. So, again, small number. So, but they asked, and we're able to provide that information. So, let's see. The next on page 47 is about examinations. We start off talking about the written and practical examinations required for licensure as a hearing aid dispenser or dispensing audiologist. We talk about what is required of those, as well as the fact that the Office of Professional Examination Services, or OPES, we work in coordination with them for the development of the examinations, as well as PSI for the administration of some of those. For speech-language pathologists and audiologists, we don't administer a state licensing examination. That's where you go out and do ETS's praxis test. The department still reviews those exams. The Office of Professional Examination Services does review both of the praxis exams using the occupational analysis, so that 2025 speech-language pathology occupational analysis, they use that to then go work with ETS to verify, yes, that's what's required. There are some questions about, I think, is the exam only offered in English? Currently, yes, that is true. There are accommodations available for those that are not primarily English-speaking. And then it talks about what's required there. Page 48, number 23, is about pass rates. We're now getting more questions about first time versus retakes. Currently, we've not been doing that kind of data on the first time versus retakes. It's just been overall passage rates. So we don't have as much data. But we did recently just do 24 and 25. So we went ahead and provided that. We haven't broken out the data in other ways, and we've been working with Office of Information Services folks and the DCA exec office on figuring out a way to get that. Like, obviously, all the information goes into the system, but it isn't really spit out in a way that makes it easy to report back out first time versus a retake. It's just number of exams and number of passages. Because again, some of the systems that we feed into are pretty old, so pulling that data has been difficult. But in here is also the examination tables. So this is data on the hearing aid dispensing exam. That's the state exam. And then that's provided. And then you'll notice it had on page 49 awaiting data from ETS. I now have that data. Thank you, thankfully. Thank you, ETS. So in that table, I will be adding. Do you want me to go number by number? Okay. So I have the data from that. It will be provided in there. It says the number of candidates, the overall pass rate, and the overall fail rate. That is a nationwide. It is not just for California applicants. The problem would be is if we were only reporting California applicants, we generally only get reported when you pass. So that would be an artificially high rate of passage, which is what we had to report last time because it was the only data we had. So now we're at least reporting. This is what nationally we see. Just to give you a high level, overall pass rate in 21-22 was 77%. For the speech praxis, and in audiology was 88%. The overall pass rate in 22-23 was 76 and 89, so again, similar. 23-24, the overall pass rate was 73% for speech pathology and 85% for audiology, so again, in the 70s and 80s. And then again, in 24-25, 74% and 84% for audiology. So generally high pass rates for these. Again, most applicants are taking the praxis right after they finish school or towards the end of their program. It's when they are the freshest, and that's where you're getting these passage rates. The board gets it reported after the fact once you're applying for licensure and you say send it to the board. Any questions on those sections or pass rates? Okay. Is the board using computer-based testing? Yes, we do. The hearing aid dispenser's written examination is a computer-based administrated test. There's 26 centers throughout the state that you can take it at. And the praxis obviously is as well. And you can take that anywhere in the United States or international testing centers. So those are all available. There's the question of any statutes that hinder efficient or effective processing of applications and or examinations. And that's where we've gone ahead and mentioned that we are working on reviewing and revising our examinations for the hearing aid dispensing on the written and practical side. Those are that regulation, but they're regulations. So they're not statutes that the committee would want to update. It's just regulations. And then it asks about the last time that the occupational, this is a new question. So when did the board last, page 50, sorry. When did the board last conduct an occupational analysis that validated the requirement for a California-specific examination? So that actually kind of is a new question, and we've highlighted that we've started having the discussion about the International Hearing Society's international licensing examination and practical examination for hearing health professionals in the future, that we're looking at that now. So that would be that linkage study we talked about. Previously, the committee hasn't been asking this question, so my guess is they're now asking boards. There are many boards, like that chart we showed you back in August, that the studies have shown that, yeah, you can take your national exam, but then you got to come back to California and take a California-specific, and it's usually law and ethics test is what they find. So that's where this question is generating from, that is how often are you doing that, right? For us, I'd love to say 5, but it's generally around more like 7. So every 7 years, we're looking at one of the 3 professions because we're spreading it out like financially because of how much it costs to do the occupational analysis and then the linkage study. So again, we did hearing aid dispensing in 2020. So we would probably be looking at that. I think I put it, is it in here? No, but we'd be looking at doing that in 7 years out, and then using that to base the next question on. Do we do that linkage study? Do we not? That's still up for board discussion. And as you guys discussed, you'd like the International Hearing Society to come provide more information on their national test to even before we do that question mark. Should we do that linkage study? So that's what is in here, and that's on page 50. Next, we go to school approvals. Are there any questions in the exam section? Edits? Okay. Get a drink of water. I know, my mouth is getting dry. Up next is the school approvals. So it talks about our regulations that define approved institutions. That's for speech, language, pathology, and audiology. We do independently approve, as we are here at a speech, language, pathology assistant program for associates. We do approve those if they are an associate's program in the state of California. So we have that process, that's in regulations. They provide us all that information that they meet all those requirements. And then anytime there's changes, they also contact us and we do a review of that as well. The Bureau of Private Post-Secondary Education is what they're asking about, and that's for the for-profit schools. We don't have any that do any of our speech, language, pathology, audiology, or hearing aid dispensing. They don't provide any of those programs, so we don't work with them on any of the school approvals because they don't exist for our practices. It talks about how many schools are approved by the board, and we now actually have 8. We recently approved 1 in the last 4 years, so very excited to say we have 8 speech language pathology assistant training programs in the state of California, and hopefully by the next sunset I'll be able to say 9. So we just want to keep growing that, and that's provided on page 51. And then it asks if we have any legal requirements regarding approval of international schools, and we don't. So that we don't have that. Next up is continuing education. Yep.
Be possible to list out the 8 that you have, that we have approved?
Yeah.
So I think it'll help the legislators know where it is in California.
Yeah, the coverage.
Yeah.
Would you like it the name and then kind of the area, like city, or just the name? Most of them have it in the name, so it's helpful, but just making sure.
It could be Cerritos College, parentheses, Norwalk, California.
That's what I was
Right,
thinking.
yeah.
Okay, easy enough. And city. Okay, so we'll add that to page 51.
Well, yeah, maybe batch them by locale. Batch
Yeah.
them by locale.
I can go north
Northern,
to
central,
south.
to
Yeah.
south.
I like that. All right. Everybody good? Want me to keep going? All right. Continuing education and competency requirements starts on page 52. So we talk about the requirements there. Of course, it's the 24 hours for speech language pathologist and non-dispensing audiologist, 12 hours for dispensing audiologists, and 12 hours for speech language pathology assistants. Of course, it talks about in here also the 50% related to hearing aid dispensing versus audiology for dispensing audiologists. We then talk about the hearing aid dispensers requirements, which is 12 hours, a minimum of 9 that have to be direct patient care. Let's see, and that they have a course-by-course approval down at the bottom. We then provide them with a little table just to make it easier. It's descriptive and in paragraph, but it's nice to have it just simply in a table. And then what percentage we're auditing. Then we talked about the updates to them. So effective October 1st, 2024, the board updated the hearing aid dispensers regulations for continuing education. I put in there some of the updates, about now you can take courses related to equipment and devices, and products related to fitting, programming, and troubleshooting. We put that in there. You guys already had the 50% self-study, 50% synchronous or live. And then effective January 1, 2025, the board updated the speech language pathology and audiology requirements. That made them have parity with the 50% self-study, 50% live. They also now also can include equipment, and where'd it go? My eyeballs. Technology used for assessment, diagnosis, or intervention, and equipment and devices or other products, as long as it's, of course, not marketing. And then we also clarified how you can use, great point, every time we do an occupational analysis, we send that survey to licensees, and licensees can provide that input. You can now also get continuing education hours for when you complete that. So for speech language pathologists, audiologists, or hearing aid dispensers, when you get that survey, take it, and you can also get CE hours. On page 54, we talk about verifying CE and competency requirements. So we start talking about the audits and the audit process. And then what are some of our policies about this? When we had the prior sunset, we talked about how we were only able to do one audit, and that's what made the legislature say, hey, you need to get on that. And we were able to say, hey, the legislature says we need to do this. We believe we need to do this. Let's write that budget change proposal to get that position to do it. Now we get the fun of saying, hey, we got it, we're doing it, here's how it's going. So it talks about some of the consequences for failing the CE audit. It can range from an educational letter up to a citation and fine. It could eventually end up in discipline, but that would take multiple rounds of failing audits. So if you get audited and you failed, we're going to follow up. We're going to make sure, we're going to audit your next renewal cycle to make sure you didn't use your order of abatement, which is the hours you made up, as your new hours for your next renewal cycle. So again, we just, we follow up. Our citation and fine regulations are a little wonky, but generally we issue a citation and fine. On page 55, I have it from 100 to 5,000 because on the speech and audiology side, if you continue to fail, I can push that up from 2,500 up higher to get you to start taking it seriously. Some might say, why wouldn't you just go to, why wouldn't you go to discipline, right? But I think that you really, oftentimes the reason for failure is a little bit more record keeping and inability to correctly record how many CE hours you're doing and know you can't use those abatement hours again. And so we don't generally go to discipline. I would think you'd have to have something really going on. You just absolutely refuse to do any CE and have some other violations before we'd be like, put you on probation. So we have that in there. And let's see, it also talks about if you want to contest it, you can have office mediation or informal conference, or you can go for a formal appeal, and that's at the office administrative hearing with the Office of Administrative Hearings. And I see I put law. My brain defaults to OAL, but it's the Office of Administrative Hearings on page 55. And then we talked about how many CE audits were conducted and what were the results. When we went ahead and took a look, the average failure rate overall was 28% for the first 6 months of renewals. It's a bit higher. I went ahead and looked at the healing arts boards that underwent sunset review in 2025 and took the average of all of those. It was a pretty big variance between 2% and higher. So, but the average was 19%, so that is still higher than the average of the other boards. But we also talk about the most common reasons for failure. So I think, everything we put in here is a helpful educational piece if anyone reads it. So, what are people having problems with? What is the issues? During the audit process, we talk about some of these issues and confusion. We introduced some of those legislative proposals at the August meeting to make changes to our statute about continuing professional development as a result of these CE audits. So this was a good spot to actually kind of hint at why we're actually putting those proposals at the end, right? So shouldn't we clarify the national professional associations that ought to be on there? So it's not just California-based or it's not just national, it's both. Also allowing speech-language pathology assistants to meet their continuing professional development through some of the same course providers, because currently the statute for speech-language pathology assistant continuing professional development is quite limited, and we find that during the audits. And then talk about, obviously not allowing, you can't use your master's coursework if you're pursuing your master's as your CPD, but those kind of things. So we introduced that here on page 55 and 56, and then at the end of the report, we're going to provide them with that legislative proposal there. But that way we're talking about where is it the outgrowth of. And then we talk about who approves CE courses and its board staff. Whenever board staff don't feel confident on what they've reviewed, they do engage a subject matter expert if needed. The person who currently does continuing professional development reviews has done them for a very long time and is pretty seasoned in doing these reviews. But anytime we need to, we always have subject matter experts on contract to review things as well. The review process we talk about here. We take a look at the course content, curriculum vitae, the rest. The board also has the statutory authority to accept exempt providers. And then we put the chart in there, how many applications for CE providers and CE courses were received and how many were approved. So you can see that chart there. You can see that there has been growth in the number of providers in both applications received and approved, and that we also have had an uptick again in the CE courses. So it's a good thing. You're seeing more courses available. You're seeing more providers. I do hope to see more school-based providers as well in the future, so that many of our school-based providers that are already getting training can also use that as their continuing professional development. So that's also a good thing. And then the next question is, do we audit CE providers? We do have the authority. We just currently have not started that process yet. To say, hey, we're going to audit a course and go backwards and say, hey, provide me what all you did on that one course. We'd like to work that in the next 4 years. Right now, we're just still trying to get the individual licensees audits really moving, but soon enough, we'll add in CE provider audits as well. So, and then the last one is a tribute to a former member of the legislature. If the board is seeking to do any sort of performance-based assessments of continuing competence, this board has not moved to any performance-based assessments. We have stayed with traditional continuing professional development and CE. So there are some boards that have. They have quite, they're complex but helpful, but they are very different. So some of them have, performance outcome monitoring that you work with other licensees to see how well you're doing with your therapy and things like that. So that's not something the board's been looking at. But that is the last question for the licensing section. Do we have any questions or edits on the continuing education or continuing professional development section? Okay. We could move on to section 4. This is about the enforcement program. So the department has performance measures with the goal set for overall 12 to 18 months to be complete with a consumer complaint. We have those broken down further on page 57 and 58. It talks about, the goal is to, when we get a complaint, to have received it and put it in the system and assigned it to an investigator within 10 days. Then the goal is for intake and investigation to be 90 days. And then if we actually get to formal discipline, the goal is 540 days. As you can see, in every single one of our reports. 90 days for investigation and 540 days for formal discipline is really short and is often not something we're going to meet. There's a couple of different things, and we're going to go over that next. But we do great on intake, and we do great on probation, but hitting that 90-day, it's just really hard. And I will tell you, discipline in 540 days is extremely hard. The 1 year we were able to do that, we only had 2 cases that were disciplined. They were rather fast, and they were both conviction related. And even that was amazingly short. Their cases were short overall. And that's rare. And so the fact that 404 and 23-24, it's because there was 2, and they were both short, which is actually pretty rare. So we consistently meet our intake, probation, and probation violation targets. However, we really do have difficulty meeting the 90-day and 540 days. Overall, we've been able to increase from 27% to 46% the percentage of complaints that we are able to close in 90 days, but there's multiple factors that we go over in 58 and 59 that makes it really hard to meet that. So, you know, first and foremost, I'm going to tell you, we are a tiny board. I have 3 investigators, 3 people that do investigations, and that is a small number of people. It's time consuming, and we have to prioritize. So we're going to prioritize, you know, sexual misconduct or patient harm way above, you know, so-and-so didn't give me my refund in the right number of days, or they canceled my appointment and were concerned about patient abandonment. That's above a refund, but it's well below sexual misconduct, right? So we have to do that. We also have really old systems, and I'll get to that one in the next one, but there's also sometimes where we've opened multiple complaints that are all similar, and we were looking at those all as we were investigating, and we were working with the Office of Attorney General, and it ended up, we weren't able to take any action on them. We ended up having to close them, a batch of them in one of the years. It had a long time frame, and so if you close a bunch of them with a really long time frame, you're going to artificially inflate that year. So there's that issue. But then if we go to the more consistent everyday issues, right? On the technical side, we have a really, really old DOS-based system. While it's simple and it works, it doesn't have a lot of it has none of the features that my new online licensing system has, right? Right now, you go and get arrested, right? We get that notice, hey, the licensee's been arrested. And so the board says, okay, let's open a complaint. Let's find out what happened, right? You have a certain number of days by law to report that to us. Otherwise, you've already violated the board's laws about not reporting an arrest and conviction. But that starts the clock there, is the arrest, right? And during COVID, there was some pretty good delays in court processing of things. So from that point forward, we're just aging. So even 90 days, it would have to be the court's on top of it. You got convicted quickly. We got the notice. We went ahead and moved from there. Or you were arrested. Everything was dropped. We're able to close it. No problem. Even sometimes getting the documentation from a licensee can be difficult. They don't believe they have to provide us the information. They do. They don't think we need an actual record from the district attorney that it was dropped, right? I can't just take your word for it. So there's a lot of things that end up aging it. There are some of those things that we're trying to push levers on as the board, right? If you fail to notify us in the right amount of days and then you continue to fail to respond to us, I'm going to start issuing you a citation and fine for failure to cooperate with the board's investigation. And it feels really sad to me that sometimes we're having to do this to get licensees to pay attention that, yes, you have to come to me. You have to come to the board and tell us what's going on and provide the documentation. And if you continue to not respond, I'm going to ratchet up the citations and fines. Because previously, if we weren't doing that, these cases are just sitting there aging, just waiting for them to file the paperwork. It could have been done 6 months, 8 months, a whole year ago. So part of that is we're trying to make improvements, but there is still only so much we can do. And so those are some of the issues we talked about in there, as well as we didn't get to do business modernization for enforcement yet. So some of the things that might have automatic reminders, or, hey, patient, we've got your complaint, but I need your medical release document so that I can request the record so that I can kick this off. I've seen months go by and the patient still hasn't signed the authorization so that we can begin. So some of this is what business modernization could help with, some of it couldn't. And then the other would be resource constraints, right? Right now, we have one of our analysts part-time reassigned to our business modernization. This person helped lead us through the business modernization. And the hope was that, hey, everything he learns, because he's done licensing and enforcement, it will translate to when we get to do our enforcement business modernization. And for a few years, our intake of complaints was really low, right? Everybody was behaving pretty well. We were receiving fewer complaints. We were receiving fewer convictions and arrests. It was a great time to reassign that person to that role. In the future, we might need to look at that, right? Because if our complaints continue to be higher, we're probably going to need to reassign them. What does that mean? We need to ask for a budget change proposal for that part-time work for the maintenance and operation of our licensing system, you know, continued testing and ensuring things run and improving things there. Maybe we need to ask for a position for that. If we're lucky and we get to take advantage of a stream of things that could happen, maybe we can get another grant. Maybe we could do that business modernization and move it all the way over. But those are all just so that you're all aware and understand. In relation to formal discipline, this one's the difficult one as well. 540 days is extremely short. I would tell you 540 days is short for convictions as well as a consumer complaint. I mean, it takes time to investigate, do the interviews, send out the investigator, get all the medical documentation that harm has happened, and then move forward with all of that. But, I mean, of ours, you know, of the 18 disciplinary actions taken in the last 4 years, so we did 18 cases that we took discipline against, more than half were criminal convictions. So again, those cases started aging at the point of arrest. So it's a little bit artificial in the fact that they're so long because of when it starts. So we do try to trim it down where we can, but that's kind of one of the things. Next up is sorry I went long on that one, but I wanted to give background. 32. Explaining trends in enforcement data and efforts to address any of those. We talk here about actually the breakdown of what happens, right? So we saw a drop in our intake for enforcement. That included complaints and convictions, but we've seen an increase. So we saw 135% increase in complaints and a 14% increase in arrests and convictions over the past 4 years. But like I'm going to break down here, I don't know that we'll see that in continuance or not. So I'm just going to talk about it here. 2 of the largest factors include the board's discovery of various businesses being organized as LLCs when they're not allowed to be. They're supposed to be an Audiology Corporation or Speech-Language Pathology Corporation. The board was working on a policy-related thing, and that's where we stumbled across these inappropriately organized. So that uptick in complaints, I don't expect that to be an ongoing thing, right? The other one, of course, is the CE audit failures, right? So every time they fail the audit, we have to open a complaint and potentially issue a citation and fine. This is where I do see the CE being an ongoing, but hopefully reducing. But the other one, stumbling across the improperly organized, that's rare, and I wouldn't see that happening in the future. So that kind of explains a big chunk of it. There is still some where we've seen an increase. I think it's mostly in the anonymous complaints section when you look at intake. And so we'll kind of monitor those to see where it's going. Some of them are more related to online therapy, so we'll see how that goes. And then we talked about multiple factors impacting the board's ability to meet those deadlines, some of the trainings we've done, and then also looking into additional measures for the board's sunset or subject matter experts to get more consistency in those. And let's see. Other than that, other options for improvement and streamlining are pretty limited. There is the hope that, the state will continue to want to modernize its technology and continue to have these grants to help little boards like us kind of get the funding to do those things. But until we can do that, and also DCA has the resources so that we can do that, because we all have to work in coordination to make that project a success. As we've seen, the biggest decreases in our processing timeframes and in our enforcement timeframes would most likely come from that business modernization, and right now that's just not possible. So we just wanted to highlight that, just so it's kind of understood. We can tinker at the edges, but there's only so much we can do with old systems. Any questions on those? No? All right. Up next on page 61, 62, 63, and 64 are the enforcement statistics. It breaks it down by fiscal year, complaints received, arrests and convictions received. Where did those complaints come from? Were they from the public? Were they anonymous? Were they government agencies? And you'll notice that big number on page 40 or 61, 104 internal. Again, my point of being, we come across violations as we do our work, but those ones we mentioned about CE audits and the improper organization is pretty rare. It talks about desk investigations, how many were opened, how many were closed. We talk about the rest of the investigations, the amount of citation and fine. If you're looking on page 62, that pretty big bump to 33,350 in citation and fine, that's mostly CE audits. Some of that intake is also, we're going to start citing and fining you for not cooperating with the board's investigation. If you're going to delay and ignore us, we're going to start making it hurt so that you start responding. Unfortunate, but sometimes what we got to do. This is the number of accusations. An accusation, just so everyone understands, that's when we actually issue the charges against somebody, a licensee. If it's a licensee, it's an accusation, so it's a pleading document. It says this is what we allege that you violated. Statement of issues are for if they are a applicant. So that's if you have a conviction or discipline and you're applying for licensure. We haven't had many interim actions, so those are kind of suspensions in PC 23s. If you are a danger to the public and you have demonstrated that, we might take one. We did in the prior sunset, but again, it's pretty rare for our license types. 63 is discipline. You'll notice we've started separating out initial discipline when we take an action against a licensee, separate from subsequent discipline. So how much initial discipline might be very different than, hey, we took discipline, we put you on probation. Hey, if you do a good job and you clear your probation, you're done, right? But there are plenty of probationers that, again, violate the terms of their probation and then come back and we have to take that license. We take them off probation and revoke the license. And that has increased in the last couple of years. But overall, we don't take a ton of discipline. Overall, only when necessary. We have very few petitions as well. And we don't have a, diversion program, so that's why that little section's all empty. And then the enforcement aging, that is all there as well. And then it kind of asks for overall increases and decreases. You know, we have in disciplinary actions for quite some time, we had a decrease in the number of complaints and convictions. Therefore, we had a decrease in the number of disciplinary actions. It kind of goes up and down with that. It's a delayed action, but that's how it works. How are cases prioritized? We have urgent, high, or routine. We use the DCA complaint prioritization and referral guidelines. Of course, the things at the top: sexual misconduct, patient harm, extreme cases of fraud, those kind of things, and then everything goes down from there. The next page was a new question, which I need to remove the quotes around new question, because that was just for my reminder. This was about the board's formal disciplinary process, which I thought was a great point. We went ahead and took some of the language from our administrative procedure manual, something that we've already tried to make more user-friendly for board members and for the public, and have put that in here. How does the process go? Where does it start with? How does the board determine these things? This is where you'll also find, you know, what's a formal charging document? What is an accusation? Does the board... you know, if we settle, how does that work? The board votes on each case, and then kind of which ones your voting options are. And before I go to mandatory, is there any questions on the disciplinary process, enforcement statistics, contributing factors? Do we want to finish out enforcement? Yeah, okay, all right. So, yeah, I was gonna say, I think I only have a few more, and then we could break there. Okay. So are there mandatory reporting requirements? Yes, there are. That includes Business and Professions Code 800. So there are negligence, incompetence, arbitration awards and judgments, as well as mandatory reporting for child abuse and the rest. These are all in there. There's, let's see. There are some, if you work for certain locations, that if your hospital takes an action against you as their employee, they have to then report it to the board. There's not a specific form, but we get those as letters, and then we start our own investigation. So, you know, say they take disciplinary action on an employee for being intoxicated on the job, we then get that report and start our investigation to do a separate one. There used to be laws that they didn't have to report it until they took discipline. There are some now where if it includes, I think, sexual misconduct, they have to tell us earlier. So those are some of the interesting ones on that. The dollar threshold for settlement reports is $30,000. We haven't received any. We don't often. Let's see, settlements. The board refers cases to the OAG. Whenever we can get a settlement for the discipline the board would want, that's where we go. In the last 4 years, we did not enter into any pre-accusation settlements. Last sunset, we had done one. So sometimes before we even get that accusation document to the person, they say, no, I just want to give up my license, I'm good. It's a pretty rare bird. That's why there's only one last time and there's none this time. Most times people are not going to try to settle with us until we accuse them of something. The last time, so all of the rest of the stipulations were post-accusation. In general, the board had, let's see, last sunset, it was a 72% were settled compared to 28% that went to hearing. And in this sunset report, we're reporting 75% cases were settled compared to 25% that went to hearing. So again, the vast majority are settled. Does the board operate with the statute of limitations? Not specifically, no, but we try to use those that are in alignment with the medical board. We do try to address unlicensed activity. These are generally difficult. We will refer to the district attorney, and then, of course, it's up to district attorneys to take it from there. We don't often see too much action after that, but we do try to follow up. It's not too many that we get, but. Any questions on that? All right, up next is citation and fine. They call it cite and fine. Any changes? No. We have up to $5,000. Again, for our board, the regulations for citation and fine are different for the hearing aid dispensers versus audiologist and speech-language pathologist. They are pretty old and outdated, and somewhere on one of these pages I talk about how we need to review them. Right here. We haven't taken any changes to them, and that we want to start reviewing that. So Enforcement Ad Hoc Committee, your future assignment is citation and fine, because we have to report that we haven't taken a look at them in a long time. So that will be a future assignment. How is cite and fine used? You know, oftentimes it's advertising violations, failure to comply with CE or CPD. You didn't renew your license and then you kept practicing, failure to keep updated records with the board, and then failure to appropriately register support personnel. Some of those are kind of the more common ones. Again, I mentioned we're making better use of the citation and fine to get people to start responding when they just are not responding to our investigations. Informal conferences, we had 28 of them since the last sunset review. That will be higher next time around. There are a lot of informal conference and office mediations for continuing education violations, so those will go up. The 5 most common violations for citations and fine: failure to comply with CPD, failure to cooperate with the board's investigation, unlicensed activity, false or misleading advertising, or aiding and abetting unlicensed practice. And aiding and abetting unlicensed practice more often is dealing with somebody that was a supervisee and something was going on there. Average pre- and post-appeal fines. So the average pre-appeal fine was $1,250 and the average post-appeal was $750. Not many people appeal, but those are what the information is. We do use franchise tax board, so if you continue to fail to pay your citation and fine, we will go to franchise tax and they will take it out of whatever earnings, and that's how that one works. Most times we don't have to go there. You're our licensee and you're our probationer, and you can't renew until you pay, so most people want to renew, and so you pay your citation and fine. But we do have those that go delinquent and sit around, and so we send them to franchise tax board. And then they suddenly call when franchise, and they go, why are you taking this money? And remember those citation and fines that you signed the document, you received it? Yeah, that's that. So those are there. Cost recovery and restitution. So in cases that proceed to an administrative hearing, the board seeks cost recovery. That's for external costs. So anytime we use the Division of Investigation, so they're sworn peace officer investigators, or they're non-sworn, and then also the Office of Attorney General, so all those legal fees, we do put that cost, again, this is pre-hearing, we will give that cost as the cost recovery, and then give that to the judge. Now again, you guys see the proposed decision from the judge. The judge can say, I think that's ridiculous, and slash it in half, or I've seen it go down really low. Again, we don't put in a ton of costs, just those that we're paying out. And so that's what we try to do as a standard term for discipline. You cannot recover it, though, for an applicant. So anytime we're doing a statement of issues and we're saying we want to deny this application and they appeal it, we can't recover any of those costs, so those are just lost. There's been no changes to that policy since our last sunset. There's no specific amount of cost recovery ordered because we always just accumulate however much it costs for that specific investigation. Sometimes that investigation took a ton and it's a very big amount, and sometimes it's smaller. So again, cases of revocation and surrender, they're not collectible unless they come back. Are there cases that we don't see cost recovery? That's where we talk about. There's also default decisions. So if we accuse a licensee of something and then you just fail to show up or even respond it becomes a default decision. And we're obviously not going to get cost recovery for that either. We will just take your revoked license and call it a day. It doesn't happen too often, but it does. So we have that in there. Franchise tax board, we talk about our cost recovery here. Most often you're on probation, so you're going to pay us. You have to pay your probation costs and all your cost recovery before you end probation, so it's usually not too big of a problem. But again, you'll see total enforcement expenditures are pretty high. The potential cases for recovery is bigger, but the actual cases that we ordered cost recovery is lower. Again, depends on the type of case. And then we order a lot, but we only collect so much, right? So if we get a revocation, consider that money out the door, right? So that's where that goes. Restitution. The board often seeks restitution. It's often in hearing aid returns and refunds. But those are usually, that restitution is collected during the investigative process. They refund them while we are investigating them, and suddenly the refund is done. We don't get to record that because it's not part of the technical restitution as ordered as part of discipline, right? So oftentimes the restitution we're getting for consumers is pre-adjudication. So, which I'll take, just give the consumers back their money. That's the most important thing. Unfortunately, though, of course, I don't have any way to track it. So I don't get to say, I got consumers this much money back. And often, and as funny as it sounds, or not funny, even consumers stop responding to us once they get their money. I've got what I needed, and nobody writes us back. So we don't even have like, hey, yeah, here's the check stub. I can verify it's this, and you don't even get that. So, but yeah, restitution as ordered by an administrative order. We don't have any in the last 4 years. In the prior sunset, there was restitution for 1 year in $1,000, and then 2 years when it was collected. So it's rare, and that's why. And at this point, that is the end of the enforcement section. Do we have any questions on the enforcement section? Cost recovery, restitution, any edits? All pretty cut and dry? Okay. Did anybody? I thought I saw a note, so.
Small edit.
What?
I have one small edit, but it goes all the way to page 32.
That's
You're
okay.
going so smoothly,
do
I
it.
didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, no, please interrupt.
Yeah. Number 11, describe the amount the board has spent on business, including coverage of it, which should be described separately. Is that what they gave you, or is that something that you wrote? The Breeze program. Describe the amount the board has spent on business.
Oh, that's their question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then we're fine.
They at least aren't asking, did we get our money back? They used to ask, how much money did you give to the Breeze project? And then did you get your money? Of course, we didn't get our money back. But we weren't in it. We're happy to not be in it. It's call it a day and move on.
Yeah.
But they at least want to know what's going on. There was an entire cohort, multiple boards that were part of Release 3 that were supposed to go into Breeze and that have not. Different cohorts have taken different strategies. Our board was a little too late to be part of Cohort 1 and a little too early to be part of Cohort 2. But our previous executive officer and myself, as assistant executive officer at the time, said, we don't want to sit around and wait for everyone else to get ready in Cohort 2. So that's how we ended up going it alone. That also meant that we couldn't share costs with other boards. But I actually believe it was a very big blessing that we went the way we went. We've got a very wonderful solution that has done amazing things for our board, and it's not the solution the other cohorts went with. So I kind of mixed blessing, right? We had to limit our scope, but it was helpful. So, but yeah, that's each of the questions with a number is their question, and anytime a table says like a table number and then a descriptor, that's their table. If you see a table that doesn't say like table 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's just got like complete applications, right? That's us making a table. So.
Suggestion on page 64, 33.
33.
I suggest changing the verbiage in alignment with the drop in complaints. We're using the decrease in the number or decrease in the volume of complaints. So in alignment with the decrease in number of complaints and convictions to the board has received since this last sunset review, there has been a similar decrease in the volume of disciplinary actions the board has taken.
Okay.
So maybe a decrease in volume?
Yeah, both ways. So it says
Mhm.
decrease in volume in both.
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah.
There's a correlation.
Any other edits? Anyone had?
Just one minor cosmetic. Maybe if it's the question that they ask, you can highlight, italicize, not highlight yellow, but just italicize.
I could bold them.
Bold
and
or bold,
Bold and
yeah.
italicize?
It doesn't matter,
Just
whatever.
something to call it out?
Yeah.
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 If it would be visually easier, I can bold and italicize.
No, just bold is fine.
Bold, okay. So I'm going to put that on a change for the whole. I'm going to get back to the front. Bold. Committee. I like it. Okay.
So we can pause here before section 5 under agenda item 14 to take a lunch break. And we will plan for that lunch break to be 30 minutes. So we will reconvene, we want to make it 12:45?
Yeah, just
We'll
make it easy.
reconvene at 12:45 PM and resume this agenda item. Thank you. Okay, reconvening our board meeting, speech language pathology, audiology, and hearing aid dispensers board meeting. And we ended on, excuse me, agenda item 14, and we will proceed. So I'd like to now ask Ms. Burns to continue presenting this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. We are now on page 71 of the Sunset Report in section 5, and this is on public information policies. It talks about what kind of information we put, sorry, what? 5 public information policies? It's a short section, yeah. There you go. Okay. Aw, no worries. Page 71, section 5. So this is what do we post on our website about our licensees board meeting activities? Sorry, that's not this one. Board meeting activities, what materials we keep online, when are the draft meeting minutes posted. Some of the things that I take for granted are going to be consistent across all boards. Turns out aren't as consistent as I thought, but we are. So on our website, you have license verifications, consumer complaint information, application information, board history, biographies, all kinds of things. But we also always have our board meeting agendas, materials, and minutes posted online once they are available. We also, anytime we have webcasting or WebEx, we try to get that video of the previous meeting posted, usually prior to the next meeting, but occasionally there are delays, so but it will eventually be available. Of course, we always try to post our meeting materials as quickly as possible, but it's not always in the 10 days that DCA would prefer. So that is one goal of mine, is to get us a little more advanced or prior, getting you the materials a little sooner, and also getting them on the website 10 days prior. Of course, we always meet the legal requirement of posting our agenda, right? So we always do that and send the notice. But we are going to be working on getting materials out a little sooner. It's been an issue the legislature's just been on. They'd like meeting materials to be available sooner. Some of the bills they tried to run included the website should have it as soon as your board members have it, which is, again, like, we don't post our own stuff, and so you can't exactly do the same thing, but like we can try to do it sooner and get it out there better. We webcast the next question's on page 72. It's about webcasts, and then committee meetings. We webcast whenever we are able to. That is based on ours and DCA's limited resources. So again, there's only so many wonderful webcasters, and so we try to get a webcaster if we're here in person. When we cannot do a webcast, we hopefully have a WebEx meeting, but those are also limited to when we are at headquarters, if we're in person, or if we're remote. So we do try to make sure it's one or the other. I have not had any where we can't get one or the other. So hopefully that continues. It's nice to have the WebEx to allow additional teleconferencing, but it is limited to DCA headquarters buildings or when you're completely remote. Do we establish an annual meeting calendar? Yes, we do. We always do it at the end of the year. So by the time they read this, the website will include the 2026 dates. So I have it on there already because we're going to choose them today, and then we'll put them on the website because they get this in January. Let's see. Complaint disclosure. Is it consistent with DCA's recommended standards for complaint disclosure? And it is. The information we use is in the sections specified. We also are not subject to Business and Professions Code Section 27. I think that's personally an oversight, and it's a little bit interesting. Most other healing arts boards are all in Business and Professions Code 27. And that makes your address of record as a licensee is public. It's public information. As dispensing audiologists and hearing aid dispensers, it's your business location. So I get that, but that's not always the case for the others, but it is a public address of record. We tell them that. Normally, you look up on the DCA search, you would see an address. We don't see it for speech pathologists and audiologists, and that's because we are not part of Business and Professions Code 27. The frustrating part about that is then if a consumer wants to say, send you a letter or go to your location and say, I want my medical records, they have to go, hey board, I need this information, Public Records Act request. Then we provide it to it just makes the process more frustrating. But anytime somebody requests public information, the board provides it. The board does not post complaint information on its website. They are, under the government code, confidential. And that's because until a complaint results in discipline, it's not out there for the public. What information does the board provide regarding its licensees? It's upon request. We will provide that information. It can be your licensing file or central file, including your license and your degrees, or it could include disciplinary actions taken against you. It will not include complaints, but it would include any discipline or civil actions. And then, let's see. And all of these are subject to the Information Practices Act and Public Records Act. So anytime there's something that would be need to be redacted, we would redact it before providing it to the public. And then what methods does the board use to provide consumer outreach and education? We for many years have had travel restrictions, so that limits a lot of in-person outreach. However, the executive officer position and then myself, once I was in it, we provide virtual presentations. It can be to consumers, licensees, and students. We've done live demonstrations on the new online licensing application for university students. We've also had meetings, not this sunset, but in prior ones with consumer hearing. It was a certain hearing impaired group, consumer group. I don't remember the name at the moment, but that's prior sunset. Sorry, I talked with my hands. So anyways, that's where those are. We'd like to engage in more of them, but we don't have a ton of funds to go to, career fairs and those kind of things yet. But that's where you would talk about it if you do that. So that is all of Section 5. It's a very short, limited section. Any questions? Edits? Section 6 on online practice issues. So how does the board regulate online and internet practice issues? We don't get that many in the first place. We also don't really have a way to categorize them as online or teletherapy. We don't have any identifiers in our system for that at the moment. But oftentimes it might be telehealth related and supervision issues with a speech language pathology assistant and them not getting supervision, proper supervision while they're doing telehealth. There's also a lot more on online business practices when it comes to hearing aids these days. You know, we don't get a lot for those either, honestly. But sometimes it's online sales or online advertising. We talk about the statute that governs online, the sale of hearing aids via catalog and direct mail. Obviously, that is a really old statute because it talks about only catalog and direct mail. The board believes it implies internet sales because it's sales like that, so that's how we treat it. We do think it would be clearer to update this statute, and that's something that might be helpful to do. We already prosecute using it if we're going to use it. We don't often use it, so there's that. The one item that we mentioned, though, is about FDA requirements. Due to the over-the-counter hearing aid regulations, it made some of the questions the board had asked back in 2012 a little bit moot on applicable federal requirements versus state requirements. And then when they created the over-the-counter hearing aids regulations, the FDA determined our request was kind of moot on that issue. So they're not giving any exemptions to California state laws. So essentially the ban on, you can sell it catalog, but you can't fit it and program it. It's our understanding we can still require compliance for that with our licensees. Obviously, you can't for over the counter, but that's where we believe our legal justification lies, and that we can implement it that way. But outside of that, we will investigate online business practices. We don't get very many, but it is somewhat limited. I would also mention that some of the complaints we're getting about online practice are also anonymous and then also come with no additional evidence to help us get anywhere with it. So it's been an interesting, difficult one when it comes to the telehealth. Until maybe they're a former employee and no longer a current employee, they would give us additional information, but right now it's really hard to track that down. So if we can, we will. We have occasionally had to send out Division of Investigation. The person was advertising online that they were selling hearing aids, but they kept putting in different locations. We kept trying to pin it down. It didn't work out. It's pretty difficult when it comes to these kind of things. But we give it our best. I don't know that there's any way to make that any better for the online sales outside of getting better complaints that are not anonymous and that actually have evidence provided to us. So that's kind of the difficult part there. And then does the board need statutory authority or cleanup to more effectively regulate online practice? Like I say, we haven't had the opportunity to test it out, but it would be helpful if we clarify that online sales, 2538.23, online sales applies when we're talking about catalog or, what's it called? Catalog or direct mail, also includes online. We haven't had to get to discipline yet, so we haven't had that put before an administrative law judge yet, but it would be nice if it just simply said it, like, hey, this is the new version of catalog sales, but. And that's it for section 6. Does anyone have any questions on the online sales and online practice issues? Okay. Section 7, workforce development and job creation. So this is what kind of actions the board has taken in terms of workforce development. So one of the areas in our last sunset that we have implemented since the last sunset is helping with the increase of audiologists available to consumers by making it a little bit easier to get licensed here if you're coming from out of state, if you have the American Academy of Audiology, American Board of Audiology certificate. So similar to the American Language Hearing Association's Certificate of Clinical Competence for Speech and Audiology, we now allow the ABA as well as the triple Cs. It just expedites licensure a little bit. It makes it a little easier to transfer everything over. But that implementation has had an increase. So since the last sunset, when we implemented that, we've resulted in issuing an average of 36 audiology licenses per fiscal year post-implementation. So that's a pretty big bump for a small community. So that's one area of growth, is adding those certificates, and ABA is helping. Another issue is the discussion of the audiology assistant license type and our discussions there. The next paragraph on page 75 and then on page 76 talks about the board's audiology practice committee and those actions taken. That is considered a workforce development issue, and so it's covered there. I've also summarized the efforts up until, of course, this meeting on the Speech Language Pathology Assistant Committee, or Speech Language Pathology Practice Committee, and the looking at swallow therapy with bolus material for speech language pathology assistants. So that is also how to enhance the workforce development there. And then at the staff level, we meet with different groups to ensure accurate information is delivered to students and applicants and the like. We've done demonstrations on our online system, but we don't have very much we don't have outside elsewhere, like, hey, come join the speech profession and get your, associates here, or like even a flyer or anything. We don't have any of that kind of material just yet where we could, like, hey, go to our website and download it for your students, right? Take a look at the career options you could have in speech and hearing with these different degrees, or no degree and becoming hearing aid dispenser. How do you get there, right? Currently, we don't have those. Hopefully, in the next 4 years, we'll start looking at those. Have we done any assessment on the impact of licensing delays? And so it's very honest in here. We haven't done any assessment. We just went and tackled it head on. We went for the gusto. We went and reduced our time frames. It took a bit. It was rough in the middle, but again, 71% overall decrease in processing time frames is where we're at. Efforts to work with schools and inform potential licensees of requirements. Again, we work with the CAPSID group. So we work with program directors. We've provided trainings with them as well on the application process. They provide trainings to their applicants as well. Any barriers to licensure is the next question. Here we talk about, insufficient number of program slots for audiology, doctoral degrees, as well as speech language pathology master's programs. It's this barrier has slowly trickled up. We've slowly been getting more programs, more seats, but not really enough to meet demand. We also continue to work with schools that want to create a speech language pathology assistant program at their community college, and we help them whenever they are ready or considering creating one, and hopefully in the next sunset I'll be able to report another one of those. So we continue to collaborate with all of those. Any workforce development data collection by the board. Previously we didn't think to mention it, but it seems valid. We already collect workforce data when you renew online. So by law, under Business and Professions Code 502, I have to collect some data when you renew online. It's not when you renew on paper, but it is required that you have to offer it. So we actually do some of this, and it goes to the California Department of Healthcare Access and Information, And that data is reviewed by board. Board leadership reviews it, and we take a look at how things are going. Consistently, the speech-language pathology assistant population is our most diverse, both linguistically and racially and ethnically. And so this trend is not too surprising. It's a little bit easier to get into the field. It has a variety of options, and it also allows them to earn and grow as they continue on their education, right? So as soon as they're done with their associate's program, they're ready to be licensed and start earning. And then they can eventually go up from there. We did take the data from HCI, and we put it in a table so that was easier to see. The SLPAs are the most diverse and more representative of the California population, less so on the others. And so it would be interesting to see if the audiology assistant license type comes to fruition in the future, if it would similarly mirror the SLPA, and then also maybe even get more diversity into the audiology and hearing aid dispensing category as well. So those are just interesting data points. It is the only stuff we collect. We don't do any surveys outside of that. Workforce shortages. Currently, we don't actually collect any of this. We get told it often, but we don't actually collect this sort of workforce shortage data. And it would be interesting to see if there's other ways other boards are looking at this. But currently, we don't do that. Successful training programs. We don't really collect data on that. We just know that there are quite a few opportunities. There are some post-baccalaureate leveling programs out there for universities to get folks ready for a master's or doctoral program. For hearing aid dispensing, we do know that there's on-the-job training provided from some private companies, but there's also some national opportunities out there. You can take some courses online. You buy the packet of materials. It prepares you for licensure. Some folks have seminars. These are all things that are out there. Instead of just saying we don't have anything, we don't track anything, we figured it would be nice to put in what we do know is going on out there, even if it's not our successful training program, right? Other actions to help reduce and eliminate inequalities or inequities experienced by vulnerable communities. So as required, we have integrated diversity, equity, and inclusion into our new strategic plan. And part of that includes emphasizing inclusion, accessibility, consumer education, and meaningful engagement with all stakeholders. And then we've also updated our continuing professional development regulations, and those expand the amount of coursework that diversity, equity, and inclusion can be included in, and especially like removing the number of hours that are allowed in that category. So that can help our licensees better serve our diverse communities in California. And that is section 7. Are there any questions or edits to section 7?
On 60, do we really believe that there's not enough training programs for doctoral students? We have 3 in Northern California, 3 in Southern California, and none of them are full to capacity with students.
Did you say page 60?
No, question 60
Oh,
on 77. So Sac State has a program that can hold 15 students per cohort, and they currently have 4. Adding additional programs in the state would not solve that problem.
I was not aware they had that few.
Yeah, I think our biggest one was when Amy and I were teaching was 8.
Oh,
That's as many as they've ever had.
so they've been dropping.
Correct. So I'm not sure it's as
We
big of a
might wanna go
problem
ahead
as
and
that
remove
sentence would
that.
suggest.
I do know with speech, that is definitely still continues to
Correct.
be a problem.
That program is packed.
And
Yeah.
it's complicated because there's still an access issue for
Right.
patients to see audiologists, but our schools don't seem to be producing or filling
They
enough.
have the capacity, but they're not filling it.
Yeah, they can't find enough qualified applicants to participate in the graduate program.
Mm.
Or they need to look at their, anyway, it's not the place to discuss it. There's a lot of
Right.
reasons.
There's a lot of reasons. The-
Okay.
The fact is, they're not. So there's, seem to be plenty of institutions, they're just not full.
they're just not full. Do we want to notate that somewhere else?
I don't know that the
I don't know
board-
that
I
it's
would
a
be reticent to
barrier.
really put that in writing unless you have data from every program to see
Right.
if they're
Okay.
I just don't know
underfilled.
that I
He's
wanna
only
say that there's
talking
a
about one
long-standing
program.
issue.
Okay.
I just don't know that it needs to say that, because it's not.
I can't
Okay.
speak to Northridge and
Correct.
CSULA and,
Because now that we have more programs, it may not be the capacity issue. Okay.
yeah, it's probably more the prerequisites or not having enough pathways for undergrads to get, if they make the decision they want to go into audiology. There's too many barriers to getting there,
And
probably.
the advertising and recruitment by the schools.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're at a different problem for them now
Yeah.
than we used to have. Okay. We will just move it to the master's program for speech pathology, because that is still a current issue. Many people are waiting to get into those. And I'll remove, oh, I cut myself. Audiology services there. Okay.
On page 78 for this table, is this data since the last sunset or over the last year, or what time period is all that?
This is the most recent year's data. The one they just published, I would have to look it up. Would you like me to put the year? Yeah. Okay. I get a napkin. I don't know when I got myself. Yeah, paper cuts, all this paper. Sorry, I'm bleeding. Any other edits or changes? Section 7? Okay. Section 8 is on current issues. Why it's titled that, I couldn't help you. Again, we go back to talking about Breeze a little bit. The board's not utilizing Breeze. It was supposed to be part of Release 3. Instead, what's the board utilizing? What discussions has DCA and IT, and is the board using a bridge or workaround system? So we took this opportunity to talk about, again, the board's business modernization project, our use of the Technology Modernization Fund grant, how that's really helped what we do, and some of the details more about, how the technology solution was created and what it's helped us do, how it's helped us reduce time frames. It's not little boards, small boards like ours. It was a pretty monumental success, and so we're going to toot our horn in multiple opportunities here, because again, you don't get the opportunity very often as a small board to take these kind of steps and help with your licensing. So we really wanted to highlight that. So we tried to hit different aspects in different sections when asked, but that is the current issues. I don't know why they don't just call it technology issues, but it's current issues. So, any edits on pages 80, 81, or 82 on the business modernization? Okay, seeing none. Section 9, I'm going to give you the preface for this because it's always the weird, wonky section. So this is board action in response to prior sunset issues. So what we do is a literal cut and paste of what issues they brought up last time, and so I don't edit it. If there's a typo in some of these sections, we're not going to touch it. We bring up their issue. That's why it looks the way it does. That's the committee's background, not our background. That's the committee's background. And then we give you the board's response in 2022, and then our update from there. So just as a preface, because it's very wonky, and I know I wanted to go and edit things, and I'm like, wait, that's the committee's background. That's And that was our response last time, and I found a typo, but I'm like, nope, that was our response last time, just leave it alone. So the first one was on board administration. This was, the North Carolina Dental Board ran into some troubles with the Federal Trade Commission, blah, blah, blah. The question is about public representation on your boards and not having enough of that to ensure it's about consumer protection and not advancement of the profession, which is the association's job and not the board's. So in 2022, we said we have 3 public members, one of which is an otolaryngologist, and we are open to the possibility of adding more, but they've never entertained it and didn't bring us anything. I mean, the only thing that would be, of course, there would be costs, more people, more costs, but outside of that, I'm not opposed, and neither was Paul. They just kind of didn't go anywhere. I think it was the leftover of everybody got asked the question, you're going to get asked the question too. So again, 2025, not to be snarky, but I think our primary concern is that people aren't filling our seats. We've had vacancy on our public member for quite a while, and our wonderful other public member has entered her grace year, and we want to make sure there's not a gap on that one as well. So really open to the conversation of making our board bigger with more public members, but really if we can just get members in those seats, and always in the seat would be great. So that's the first one. Issue number 2, they had the issue of the size of the hearing aid dispensing committee and should it be reduced, because there used to be the statutory requirement on the membership. That's now gone, and we've not had any quorum issues. Of course, we still have the hearing aid dispensing committee, and when we need to, the hearing aid dispensers practice committee can also meet for issues just on theirs. That additional flexibility is helpful, so the public member can be swapped around, so that's also very helpful. Issue number 3 was that was actually one that we brought up as well. Should we require that our licensees provide their email address? And that was put in our last sunset, so we do have that statutory authority. We do collect email addresses when they apply. There's just, our online renewal is very, very limited. It does not collect their email at that point. On your change of address form, it asks for an email. And usually people might provide that at that point, but oftentimes it would be faster and easier if it was part of renewal, but that's currently just not available. That's really what our response is about. We got the authority, we've implemented it, but it's been slow because we don't get to collect it when we see them the most, which is at renewal. So unfortunately, that's kind of limited. The next one was about current timeframes for board regulatory packages, and for them to be approved and finalized. And interestingly, this has been the question for quite some time. Previous sunsets, it was we didn't have any staff related to that. We did get a budget change proposal. We got a staff member in 2018-19. And since then, we've had a legislative and regulatory analyst, which has been a critical thing for the board. We got lucky for a little while, and we're able to have 1.5 staff members doing that workload, but we can't support that in the ongoing. So when that person was ready to go full-time again, they looked for full-time work. But it's happy to report we're still doing quite well. 2 to 3 packages a year. We're getting through some of the bigger, long-standing ones that we've been trying to work through for years. So I think really we're doing rather well. But that one position that we got through the budget change proposal back in 2018, that was the critical part for that, making that work. So that's kind of the response for that one. Yeah, microphone.
Just a little to be.
So I know. So
I would just say, is
there's
that we're doing
actually
it,
a
that's how they
space
do
there.
it? Is there?
There is,
I think you're lying.
and I can't seem to get Word to make the space bigger. But if you'd like for visual purposes, I will add extra spaces, because it was driving me nuts as well. I kept I'm like, there's a space here, but whatever not programming, but the word, it just
Right.
isn't, alignment isn't working.
It
But
is
I-
scattered throughout, like even on issue
Yeah.
3, to require. I
To
mean, we
require.
noted that too when we were reviewing it.
What I can
Yeah.
do is, if it won't work with me, is literally like, shift enter and like push it to line 2. I can do that, because it's been bugging me as well. And I'm like, I know there's a space there, but, because I can see it on the computer, but it doesn't show it. So I'll add those. They feel the same way. Give me more spaces. Let's see. The next one was issue 5, and that's on page 89. And that's cost pressures beyond the board's control. And that was really, at that time, the Attorney General was raising their fees and how much we pay to them to cover their operating costs, obviously. But what impact that had on the board. Some of that also seemed to be kind of directed at, like, are we paying too much in pro rata? And again, like, we're going to say it here, and we're going to reiterate it again. We can't do what we do without having that backbone structure of the Department of Consumer Affairs. We would have to charge so much more in licensing fees if we had to have our own HR person, if we had to have our own accounting section or person. You know what I mean? So there's a whole lot of these functions, legal, accounting, IT. There's just no way we could support all that without having huge licensing fees. So paying our little portion based on our size to DCA, it's well worth the money. For us, right? It just makes it work. And we work in coordination with DCA all the time. The part about the OAG, I mean, I put it here. We've taken reductions because of other budget letters in prior budgets, so we've had to trim costs in other sections. That's more likely going to incur an augmentation. We're going to have to ask to augment. When we use more AG services, we're going to have to ask for the augmentation. That's just how it's going to have to be until we see kind of what is our new norm, because we're going to have to discount a couple years that have way outside the norm caseload and complexity. But that's kind of where those questions have gone. And I mean, I get it as well, right? There's just certain amount of costs to cover the staffing, and we have to figure out how to cover it. The Office of Attorney General said the same thing. We've got to up the hourly amount, and we pay them based on hours worked. So billable hours, however they call it. Not an attorney. Any questions on that section? Issue number 6 on page 91. Should renewal and CE requirements for speech, language pathology, and audiology aids be enacted? This was more about, CE requirements and whether or not the board should be enforcing it, because the board had really not been able to do very many CE audits, right? So what's the point of having these requirements if you're not enforcing them, right? There's that question. And so at the time, the board, said, again, we wanted to work on it. We just haven't had the staffing to do so. We then had the sunset. We went ahead and acquired. Wait, I'm on the wrong one. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. Yep, sorry. Backwards. This is on aids. Speech, language pathology, and audiology aids. This is why me and the close-ups and the far away. Sorry. Okay. We went ahead and asked, because it seemed pertinent, that we really should have aids that have renewal requirements, and that they renew every 2 years instead of you just register them and they're kind of in perpetuity. They might not even be using them. They may not even be there. So we did ask for that. We did get that in our sunset. And we have been working on the audiology and speech-language pathology aid regulations in order to implement it. So they gave us a statutory cap for the renewal fee, and then requirements, and of course that means we have to promulgate it in regs. We're still working on it. I would have loved to have been able to say, nope, we did it in 4 years, but unsurprisingly, it takes more than that. I've been on a board where they got a license status, and it took them more than the next sunset in order to get that moving as well. It just takes time. So that's our update there. Aids are a very tiny part of our 0.7% of the board's licensees are speech-language pathology or audiology aids. So again, tiny population, but we'll get to them. We will. Next 2 fiscal years, that's the plan. The next one on page 92 is issue number 7, and that is on the audiology licensing requirements to be updated to reflect the current educational and professional standards. And that was the board bringing up that at that time, the law only allowed the CCCA, and it was only if you had been graduated prior to a certain time. The board said, hey, we should have the ABA certification. I'm missing the spelling it out somewhere. Nope, I'm mixing up issues 7 and 8. Sorry, 7 is about updating. So when the audiology became a doctoral program, we really hadn't done a whole lot of cleanup for the clinical. And then there were questions during the pandemic that came up about international students and issues with them completing the 12 months. There was a question mark of should we allow pre-externship hours to be part of the 12 months. We started all those extensive discussions in 2020 with the practice committee and the graduate programs. All of that resulted in a survey that eventually ended up being, no, we don't want to make changes to the 12 months being post or being the 4th year externship that's 12 months. We don't want any clinical hours, but yes, please clean up the clinical rotation hours that are earlier part of that, and that's what we've been doing as part of the regulations. So that regulation that we promulgated just recently on the audiology clinical is a result of updating these things. The next one, issue 8, is about the it's the American Board of Audiology certification. I was wondering why I couldn't find the words, and it's because I had skipped my brain ahead.
And we have that one, reciprocity there is misspelled.
Oh. I'll double check that they didn't misspell it.
Right, and that's why I'm not sure if these ones in the gray boxes come from us or come from them.
They're them.
Yeah, okay.
And yeah, I didn't even catch that they misspelled it. But I'll double check that they misspelled it, and then I won't mess with it.
Clearly, I didn't catch it last time.
Oh, I know. Sadly, when we got it, we only had like a day or two to give them any edits, and so we missed that one. So this one, it has that in 2022, we requested that the ABA certification and the CCCA for the newer graduates also be allowed to help with current workforce shortages. And as we talked about in the other section on workforce development, that this has resulted in an increase in the number of licensed audiologists, and that, let's see, so where did it go? The average is additional 36 licenses per year that are coming from the CCCA or ABA certificates, and that's on average resulted in the issuance of an additional 6 audiology licenses per fiscal year, just due to those. And then in comparison, every year we have 86 annually that are RPE pathway versus the 51% that come the other way. So essentially we're helping increase the pool of audiologists with this new thing that was allowed since last sunset, and it's been a success, so we hope to continue that.
On 95, under the board's response for 2025, where it says, audiologist with a valid ABA certificate issued by the American Academy of Audiology, as well as a certificate? Should that be or? Because you don't need both. You need one or
Yes.
the other.
That is a good point. I am also seeing that that needs to be capital A. And I'm pretty sure in this section, we could just use the ABA because we've already spelled it out previously. Oh, maybe not. Yeah. You know, it's okay. I think that's why I worded it the way I worded it. When you want to clean it up more, but you can't. Okay. Any others in that one? Issue 8?
On the last paragraph on 95, when significant growth in the number of audiologists applying, is that the 51%, or should we quantify that when talking about significant growth, on how many percentage? Or would that be the 51%?
You know, we could separate it out better because the 86% come through the audiology RPE pathway, but I could say versus the 51%. Because 51% are coming from the triple CA and ABA route.
Okay.
Yeah,
So just to quantify, if it's possible.
okay. Like the number of licenses?
Or just even the percentages?
Okay.
We just have significant growth.
Yeah,
Yes.
because I'm talking about 86 licenses annually, that equals 51%. Okay. So you'd like the number and the percent. Number and the percent. Because I think I have it further up at 36 audiology licenses per year. That's the average, but I didn't put a percentage behind it. Got it. You got it. New tab. Sticking it together. Okay. All right. Issue number 9. It was talking about should regulations and licensure requirements related to hearing aids and hearing aid dispensers be updated to reflect the evolving marketplace. This was the committee's kind of inquiry into the over-the-counter issue. They wanted to, tell them, for us to tell them about the potential impacts from the federal proposed regulations. The board's 2022 update is provided, and then, of course, after all that, later in 2022, the FDA finally did issue its final rule regarding over-the-counter hearing aids. They finalized all of these things. In here, we have summarized what was the board asking the FDA to do and whether or not they did that. So you'll see, the board, at a minimum, the board suggested that the FDA should have a warning on the outside package to advise consumers of the danger of prolonged exposure to upper limit output, and all these things. However, the FDA declined to add that labeling regarding prolonged exposure and declined to include a gain limit. But the FDA did lower the output limits on those over-the-counter here. So we kind of just tried to provide a blow-by-blow. What did the board ask the FDA to do? Did the FDA respond to it? Those were all the questions and answers there.
You could have just distilled that down to one sentence. We asked the FDA to change things, and they didn't do any of it.
They did a couple things.
And they ignored us.
Yeah.
The end.
Again, though, They came out with them, and there's over-the-counter hearing aids, but what impact? Not much. Because again, the reality is most consumers, right, your personal family experiences go with it. Most people don't want to come in and get their hearing tested until other people say, hey, that TV is really too loud, and you need to go get your ears checked or your hearing checked. And then by the time they're finally getting things checked out, they've well surpassed the over-the-counter hearing aids, and they do need to go in and see a hearing aid dispenser or dispensing audiologist. So if we ever start seeing that impact, we'd report on it, but honestly, we continue to grow, so we don't see that impact. Any edits or suggestions on the over-the-counter section? Yeah, I don't want to make it too short. Unless everybody else wants me not to explain what the board asked and did or didn't get.
I think it's very instructive to show what we tried to do and what the result was. Absolutely.
Thank you. I generally want to promote how we're trying to protect consumers, even if someone else won't let us. All right, issue number 10. Should the state CE requirements for licensees be revised? And essentially more along the lines of, do you want to evaluate competencies in other ways and use alternative strategies? The board responded in 2022 on the work that we were already doing. That's provided in the 2022 response. Of course, now we, in our nice new updated 2025 response, can report that we are doing CPD. We updated our CPD requirements. Those went into effect in January 1, 2025 for speech-language pathology and audiology, and that we are also doing our audits, and that we are verifying compliance with those. And again, talk about the failure rate, kind of essentially if they're looking in any one specific section, they'd at least get a general idea, and you can go back and reference the others. Again, we'll continue doing ongoing CE audits, and hopefully that will get easier and faster as we move along. People are getting more used to, yes, you do have to respond, yes, you do need to provide certificates, and they're doing so mostly in a timely manner. And then we help provide some of the reasons for failure again. Any questions on 10? No? Okay. Issue number 11, should the board be given explicit authority to discipline licensees who offer or receive kickbacks in exchange for patient referrals? So this is in reference to Business and Professions Code Section 650. And the board's response in 2022 was there. It was hoped that it would just help clarify, again, that we have the authority to take these actions. The bigger problem was really not the clarity in the law, but the ability to investigate and prosecute them for those issues. So, and since the last sunset, we haven't received any complaints related to Business and Professions Code 650. So sometimes you get that additional clarity in the law and then don't get to use it or don't need to use it. But I am noticing that response is in italics, and I'm not sure why. Remove italics. Any issues with issue 11? Question? No? Nothing exciting? Okay. Issue number 12, is the board meeting performance targets for its enforcement program? So again, we cover what was provided last time, what was the board's response, and of course our update. We talk about a few of the issues again. We just talk about them in less detail than we did in the enforcement section. we continue to have difficulty meeting the investigation timeframe and formal discipline timeframe. I'm curious, Ms. Chang, it is a pretty big paragraph on page 104. We might want to break up that paragraph in particular. I kind of was wondering, okay, yeah. And so that's kind of if trends continue and we continue to see higher levels of enforcement intake, then we will have to talk about reassignment of staff, the part-time basis, and then look at how the board's going to obtain somebody to do the other duties. So we'll kind of continue to gauge that. What our intake looks like in 25-26 will hopefully be more instructive. So. And that's it for issue number 12. Any questions on that one? Kind of a rehash, but in case you see any typos or anything, break up that paragraph. Okay. Technical changes, we provided them with technical changes last time. That's issue 13. And again, we would appreciate them looking at our technical requests in the current sunset, and we look forward to working with them on that.
I have a statement. I'm sorry, it's going back to page 104, that same paragraph. We have a similar format in a separate section where we break out the first issue and then another factor and then a third factor. So maybe starting the second paragraph with another factor, and then have the third paragraph starting with lastly.
Okay. Give it a little
Yes,
space, little breakup.
Yeah.
COVID-19 is the issue 14. Were there any issues that were brought up from the pandemic that warrant any further discussion? Back then it was, as the pandemic endures, and now it's over. This is the response from last time. Obviously, we were kind of in the thick of it. We had a lot of information to provide at that point. We had a big response last time because, again, we were in the midst of it. As to my knowledge, we don't have any of those measures that were taken at that time are no longer necessary, and we don't need to ask for any statutory changes. It is a good reminder of how chaotic it was, though, at the time. There was a lot going on back then. Anything for issue number 14? Okay. And then their last one, it is always the last question. Should the licensing and regulation, and I see a space there, of various professionals be continued and regulated? So it's always their last one. Essentially, should you still be a board and should you still be regulating the professions you're regulating? We appreciate their commitment to working with us and reviewing us as part of the sunset. Again, we do believe that professions need to continue to be regulated and that we should be the ones doing it. So, any other questions, edits, anything in section 9? Nope. Okay. All right, so that takes us to section 10. These are the new issues. And this is the opportunity for the board to inform the committee of solutions and issues identified by the board or its committees. So they always start off with were there any issues raised under the prior sunset that still haven't been addressed? We just take that moment to say, again, we're still working on the speech language pathology and audiology aids regulations, and that's fine. There's nothing else outstanding on the other items that we need to have them look at or revisit. In the new issues identified in this report, this is where a little bit of what we sprinkled throughout the report we bring to fruition. So the continuing professional development updates for speech language pathologists and audiologists is issue A. So this is where we get a little bit more into the weeds. Currently, we have certain exemptions. You either need to be a board-approved continuing professional development provider or an accredited institution of higher learning, or organization approved by ASHA, AAA, or CMA, and then there's this update. They have a change in their name, so we need to update that. But at this point, those folks are exempted. We'd like to make it apparent that currently, like, I go into it a little bit more, but like, so right now, if you're ASHA approved, you're good. Well, CASHA is the association, your California chapter of ASHA, right? Are they an approved provider? Well, yeah, they are, but they also could just be an exempt provider as well. And because they're going to follow similar rules. Same thing with CAA. If and when hearing aid dispensers were on there, it would be like IHS versus HHP, right? So this is a make it parity. The one I went into a little bit more detail here is on the American Medical Association versus the California Medical Association and identifying those. I don't see as much crossover, but I can see where the intent is to be there for these AMA Physician Recognition Award, PRA credit system. They have similar and aligned standards for approving their CE. And oftentimes what we're seeing is that, you know, a speech language pathologist or audiologist went to a American Academy of Pediatrics conference and took blank, blank, blank courses. Was it AMA or was it CMA? Well, it was probably AMA, not CMA, because they went out of state for it. But that's where it would be helpful for it to be statutorily allowed and clear that it's both. We'll take the AMA or the CMA. We'll take the CASHA or the ASHA. You know, either one of those is acceptable. They run on the same standards. Let's just make it even. So that's covered in there. And then we go into the issue that we found during CPD audits. So we're doing CPD audits, and some licensees are taking, I'm sure, great and mandatory required trainings by the Department of Education, Department of Developmental Services, Department of Healthcare Services, regional centers, county offices of education, public health departments. There's a variety of courses they're providing on professional services, but they don't count for their CPD right now because they're not an approved provider. They're not an exempt provider. Currently, they don't qualify under our statutes and rules as a provider, right? So that's where we had the August 2025 meeting, and we brought it up to the board to allow both of these. So kind of make it parity on page 112. So you also include the California Academy of Audiology, the California Speech Language Hearing Association, the American Medical Association, or federal, state, or local government entities. So that way, we're getting those kinds of trainings, and they're all covered. This would extend to the board the opportunity to allow required courses from federal, state, and local government entities. It could further define, the board could further define in regulations if there's certain ones we don't want to allow, right? We can promulgate a regulation, of course, that says you can't use your sexual harassment training you do every year, you know. But when it comes to, you know, trainings on how to use service delivery systems or mandatory child abuse reporting requirements, we can get into all of the weeds, but those courses could start counting. So these are good things we want providers taking. They just currently don't count when you get audited. And of course, sometimes it is that 1 or 2 extra hours that makes the difference in your audit, right? So that's where we have the proposed text after that. So on page 112 and 113, those are the proposed changes to the statute. And not every board provides the statutory language in their report, but it seems to the committee members and myself, if you're going to put in the work and have the board review it, you might as well just hand it over, right? Just make it easy. Are there any questions on that one? On updates for the CPD for speech language pathologist or audiologist? Okay. Bullet B is the other new issue, and that's on the continuing professional development updates for speech language pathology assistants. And so in that one, it's helpful that currently a speech language pathology assistant's continuing professional development is actually supposed to be guided by their supervisor. Your supervisor should be working with you to talk about what continuing professional development you should take and guiding you with that. We aren't seeing that all the time, and sometimes we're seeing the SLPA has just picked some self-study courses and took them. Under their statute, that's not really allowed. So it's very, very specific in their statute. So 2538.1 of the Business and Professions Code really puts it in there, and it's very specific. It says it may be satisfied with successful completion of state or regional conferences, workshops, formal in-service presentations, independent study programs, or any combination of these. So what we talked about in August, and that is in here, is that the SLPAs ought to be able to also take courses from higher institutions, higher learning institutions, from ASHA and CASHA, and the other entities that their supervisors are also approved to get it from. And we've talked about it, but we've decided not to define independent study program as self-study, but just to include that it's allowed. And that, where did it go? But with the caveat that if you're taking a course to go to a master's program, that course would not count as your continuing professional development, because if you're taking a master's course to become a speech language pathologist overall, that's not professional development towards your work as a speech language pathology assistant. So, and then hopefully this provides clarity and consistency across the license types and broadens the types of continuing education opportunities that SLPAs have available to them. Technically, the language in the statute, I understand the original statute authorizing speech language pathology assistants envisioned them mostly in schools. So saying that you could take formal in-service presentations made a lot of sense because you're at a school district and you might be getting a lot of formal and in-service presentations. But if you see some of the setups now, we have a lot of times the speech language pathology assistant works for a company that contracts with the school district. So they go into the schools, but through a contract situation. So they're not really the school district's employee, so they may not be going to formal in-service presentations. So expanding the amount of continuing professional development they can do is a really good idea. It also helps with the auditing as well. So it's kind of a twofold. And then the proposed text. So are there any questions about the CPD for speech language pathology assistants? Edits? I feel like I've worn you guys down. Okay. The next section is about new issues that aren't discussed in the report. So none of the questions the committee has asked or our data has highlighted have brought these up. So the first issue is the authority to create a retired license status. So currently, if you're a speech language pathologist, speech language pathology assistant, or an audiologist, there is no retired status for you. And while it may not be something that everybody wants, we know that everyone's worked hard to get these licenses, and when you do retire, it would be nice not to have to go delinquent or expired for 5 years before your license just cancels. It's kind of like the wah-wah of the ending, right? So this is where the board took a look. There's a general business and professions code that would have allowed us to do it via regulations, but it was not restrictive enough to protect consumers in the board's opinion. So this kind of lays out where we went, right? We don't think that a licensee that is under investigation should be allowed to retire, right? You wouldn't want to allow that. Or be on probation, right? If you're on probation, you don't get to just retire. You need to finish your probation, get in good standing, and then you can retire. Restricting licensees from reinstating their license to active status if they've been out of practice for a specified number of years, that wasn't available part of that general statute. You could have maybe retired 10 years ago and now you want to come back. There was concern that you're missing out on a lot that might have changed in the field, right? So some of these things were not adequate to the board's concerns, and so at the August meeting, the board reviewed and approved the language that's provided in here, and that is to make sure that consumers are still protected, and that you can go into retired if your license is clear and active, and doesn't have any sort of enforcement actions up against it, that if you, it also specified ways to come back in, right? So say you retire and 2 years later, you're like, retirement's not for me. I'm so bored. I just can't do it. I've got to get back. There's a way to get back in here. How long can you be retired for before you come back in? Or what's more frequent is, I retired from California, but I moved to North Carolina. And I've been practicing here in North Carolina, but oh, just kidding. Now I'm divorced, I'm coming back. And I'd like to reinstate my license. Well, if it's already canceled, that would be a problem, right? But if you're retired, we've got provisions in here. If you've continued practicing, come on back and we can reactivate you, right? So that's all in there, in the retired part. And then, you know, just when would you have to come and reapply altogether? And so hopefully, you know, this would be helpful. And I know for the board and for its licensees, we have our own reasons, right? For us, for licensees, it's not great to have to go expired and then canceled. For the board, that means there's a big pool of people that, again, are active because they just keep renewing, but they actually are retired. So we actually have been catching a few of them in the audits, unfortunately. Oh, well, I'm retired. Yeah, but you keep renewing active. This is a problem, right? But they don't see, I don't know why they didn't go inactive. We have that discussion. I won't go all into that, but this should help with our data, who's actually active. And then on the consumer side, when you're looking up licensees, which you can do in the DCA search and say, hey, I want to know if there's a speech language pathologist in this area. You're not just looking at a big long list of mostly retired, but they keep renewing active, right? You would see, oh, I only want active ones in this city, right? It would show you that instead of, oh, there's thousands, but actually there's, 30 in all of your county, right? So I think that's kind of on the consumer end, that's helpful. For the licensees, it would be nice to not have to expire and then cancel. So, are there any questions on this section, on the retired license status? Okay. B is the hearing aid dispensing branch office language cleanup. We discussed this at the beginning. We're going to take it as approved because you guys accepted the language as noticed. And I will remove the highlights as well. And then the rest goes into the actual just technical statutory cleanup. So a lot of this can be making sure the references are correct. Removing limited liability company from the list because we don't allow that. It was in there, but the statute required some other certifying issue, and we don't do that. So it's confusing to people to have that it might be allowed when it's not. So we just want to go ahead and clean that up. There's some reference ones here. Let's see. See if there's any that are exciting. Just that every licensee conspicuously displays their license in the primary place of practice. Let's see. Clarifying, again, you can't be an RPE and be the sole proprietor or manage. Same with this SLIPA. Let's see. Some of this is even just moving it from one section, which was under specified licensees, versus it's meant for all licensees. It's just in the wrong section. If you go further down pages, let's see, 130. If we get into the 2538s, into the hearing aid dispensing section, making sure we're actually using the words temporary licensee versus a trainee licensee. There's some of the code sections that were a little confusing and seem to hint that you could renew your temporary license from another state, temporary, which you can't. So it was just language cleanup. And then a whole lot more cleanup in the dispensing audiologist sections, which are on pages 136, starting at 136, some of which were really old cut and paste back when the board was merged, and they kind of just replicated some items which didn't make any sense. And then other sections where we're adding because they were not put in for dispensing audiologists, but they clearly referenced that they were required in the hearing aid dispensing section. It just didn't, it's not clear to licensees. It's not easy for licensees to see that there, right? So just making sure both sections are clear, separate, and they line up properly. And those are all the technical ones. It's not the exciting section, but new issues raised by the committee. We don't have any at this time. They will raise those issues just like the other section, and then we will have to write that. By then, this report will already be spiral bound and pretty, and so it won't go into this one, but we'll address those when we get there. The next section is attachments. Do you want to take a short break or go into attachments? I mean, you might not have any questions about it. You get closer to 2:30. Yes. So mostly, attachment A, the board's administrative procedure manual, is the one you guys already adopted and updated. Attachment B is just the board and its committees. They asked for an organizational chart, but you guys aren't employment related, so it's weird to make an org chart of that. So we gave them the structure instead. Attachment C is the occupational analysis for the speech-language pathologist profession, so that is there. Our prior sunset, we didn't realize, oh yeah, major study. Well, our occupational analysis is one major study, so we'll make sure to put it in there from here on out. The next section is, I just passed it, it's so tiny. Attachment D, which is the board's organization chart, and that is our staffing. So again, we are a small board. We had 13.6 positions when we started 21-22, and at this point we now have 14.6. It doesn't look like it printed quite right, but I'm just gonna, odd sizing on it. But we're now up to 14.6 positions, so we've gained some positions, but we're still a very small board in comparison to most other boards of the same licensing population. So more boards with 44,000 licensees tend to have more staff. But we're just so darn efficient that we've been able to keep up without that. But it also limits what services we can do, so. And then we added attachment E. Somebody mentioned, oh, well, why don't you put the strategic plan in a major study? And I was like, well, but it's not really a major study. So it's interesting that they didn't ask for it, but we're going to add it as attachment E. They didn't require it, but we're making it in there. And so that's our updated strategic plan. And that concludes all of the attachments. Are there any questions or edits to attachments? Look at that. We made it through all the review. And now I will entertain any board discussion or questions about the report in general. No? All right. I need a,
Officially ask for board discussion?
okay.
Yes, we're going to give her
No,
some time.
I'd love to give her a minute
Give her
because we
some
want to
time.
make a motion and a
Yes.
vote, so.
No, I was wondering the occupational analysis, when it was done, February 2025.
Yeah. Can you just say it in the microphone?
Oh, I was just wondering the occupational analysis when it was done, and then I saw February 2025.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I want to make sure, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make sure, let me guide. Let me guide. We're going to close the board discussion. Just want to confirm. Okay. I'd now like to ask for a motion. There is proposed language under the cover pages for agenda item 14, page 2 of 3, that starts with moving to approve the Sunset Review Report as amended. So I would like to ask for someone to make the motion.
Second paragraph under action requested.
I'll
Starts
make a
with
motion
okay.
to approve, I move to approve the Sunset Review Report as amended and delegate to the executive officer to make technical and editorial changes necessary for submission by the January 5th, 2026 deadline.
And may we have a second?
Second.
I have to ask again. Is there any public comment from anyone present in the room at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote.
Thank you. Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
Dr. White.
Aye.
Mr. Borges.
Aye.
Dr. Chambers.
Aye.
Ms. Chang.
Aye.
Mr. David.
Aye.
Dr. Sanders.
Aye.
And thank you all for going through that exhaustive process. I think it does make the end product best we can put out, so.
Excellent.
Motion carries, yes, sorry. I'm just so appreciative to be done with it.
A lot of work. You can breathe now.
Yeah.
Okay, a quick one before the 15 minutes. So we'll go ahead and, want the 15-minute now? Or 5? 5, okay, 5?
5 minutes?
5, okay. We'll take a 5-minute break at this time, reconvening at 2:15. Okay, we're going to reconvene our board meeting, and we're going to continue with agenda item 15, The legislative report, update, review, and possible action on proposed legislation. I'd like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to present this agenda item at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. As you can see, the legislative session has ended for the first year. The legislature will reconvene for the second year on January 6, 2026, at which we will resume monitoring current and new bills. Many of our bills were watched items, so I'll just identify ones that were chaptered and vetoed. The first one is the Omnibus Bill, SB 861, AB 445 regarding privacy and geofencing, AB 489 regarding AI and generative AI use of terms, letters, or phrases that indicate or imply possession of a license to practice a healthcare profession, AB 1327 regarding home solicitation and right to cancel contracts, SB 81 regarding information sharing of immigration status, AB 82 regarding consumer goods and services, contracts and dispute resolution, SB 294 regarding the Workplace Know Your Rights Act, SB 402 regarding healthcare coverage and autism, SB 446 regarding data breaches and consumer notification, SB 470 regarding the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act and teleconferencing, SB 497 regarding the release of information related to legally protected healthcare activity, and a new watch item, SB 744 regarding accrediting agencies. An advisory will be sent out to licensees regarding these changes and its impact at the end of the year or the beginning of next year. The governor did veto some bills, and that is AB 742 regarding expedited process for applicants who are descendants of slaves, AB 1326 regarding an individual right to wear a mask, and SB 641 regarding waivers and exemptions during state of emergency. Veto messages can be found in a memo included in your meeting material. As part of the attachment, we include a copy of all the chapter bills for your discussion.
Thank you for presenting those. I'd like to open for board discussion at this time. Okay, seeing none, I'd like to ask if there is public comment from anyone in the room at this time. Okay. Thank you. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to agenda item 16, legislative items for a future meeting. The board may discuss other items of legislation in sufficient detail to determine whether such items should be in a future board meeting agenda and/or whether to hold a special meeting of the board to discuss such items pursuant to Government Code Section 11125.4.
Board staff does have two items,
Okay.
and that's two bills. They were chaptered with impact to the board and/or licensees, and that's AB 882 regarding gender-affirming healthcare provider, employee, or volunteer, and AB 144 regarding the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games in LA. We will add them to the next report so that you guys have the opportunity to take a look at the language and have a discussion. In the meantime, we will add them to the advisories to our that will be sent out to our licensees.
Thank you. Seeing there are no more other comments, I'd like to ask if there are any public comments for those present in the room at this time. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to agenda item 17, election of board officers for 2026. I'd like to open up the board discussion for nominations for first board chair and then for board vice chair for 2026. We can start with the nominations for board chair.
If you're willing, Ms. Dominguez, I would like to nominate you to continue on as board chair, especially being in the midst of all of our sunset review materials
Thank you.
and your excellent leadership. So if you're willing to take it on, I would really appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you. I would accept.
I would like to nominate Amy White for vice chair, if she's willing to accept. I think it's, given how much you two have worked on the sunset review to put it together, I think it's important that you have that ability to basically put it to bed, through the year. It's, it's a big thing to have someone come in the middle, it could be difficult for them as well. So I think if Amy's willing as well, I think that would probably be the most advantageous thing at this juncture.
Okay, I'd like to, any more? I'd like to open for board discussion. Okay, this is awkward for me.
We move the nominations to be closed.
You can take it as one slate.
Okay.
Vote on both. No.
Okay, so,
Ask for a motion.
After all of
okay,
that.
okay.
For the slate of candidates.
Okay, I'd like to ask for a motion for the slate of candidates for myself, Gilda Dominguez, as the board chair, and for Dr. Amy White as the board vice chair for 2026.
So move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Well, thank you. I'd like to, I'm sorry.
Is the second Tamara?
No, Karen.
Thank you.
Discussion again.
Oh,
Any other board discussion?
public comment.
Okay. I'd like to open for public comment at this time for those present in the room. Okay. Seeing none, I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote.
Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
Dr. White.
Aye.
Mr. Borges.
Aye.
Dr. Chambers.
Aye.
Ms. Chang.
Aye.
Mr. David.
Aye.
Dr. Sanders.
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 18, discussion of potential dates for board meetings in 2026. I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to discuss the potential 2026 meeting dates at this time.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, if everyone can please pull out their schedules, calendars, whatever you have on you. As we mentioned, we are up for the Sunset Review Oversight Hearing. Those have been in March, and they've usually been the first 3 weeks of March recently. So we are hoping to get our, well, in the past, we've gotten our questions the week before our hearing. We're usually in the middle or the last. And then we have, I think, like 3 to 4 weeks to get that turned around. So if it's possible, our first date, if we could have it as Thursday, March 26th and Friday, March 27th, that would be the most ideal first meeting. And this could also be a remote meeting. So we could have publicly disclosed locations and do this remotely if the board would like. 26th and 27th of 2026, March. You're out? Okay. Up next, April 2nd and April 3rd. So Thursday, April 2nd, Friday, April 3rd.
That's remote, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
remote.
Okay.
I knew that was coming. That, you are in your grace year, so your participation next year is presuming the assembly does not reappoint or appoint someone else to the post. Okay. You need to turn on your mic.
If we already have an empty public member spot, why would they put someone in for that and then to eliminate, because if you're on your grace as opposed to
Different
the new
appointing
spot?
authorities
One
Oh.
the assembly, and then the other one is a Senate.
is a Senate
Oh, so if
position,
the
yeah.
assembly does, then it's,
Yes,
right, I got you, okay.
So
All right, well,
the alternate, and it could put us up against
I don't
some
expect them to
deadlines, but
actually
would
do
be
anything on
April,
time anyway.
Thursday, April 16th, and Friday, April 17th. It pushes it back quite a bit. Is there anything,
So the 2 and 3 is off, or?
Yeah, let's do this.
second, third? Okay. 2 and 3? All right. Oh, I lost my blue pen too. Yeah? Yes, but it's going to be a remote meeting, so they won't have to travel anywhere. I was thinking about that. I have a little calendar with all the holidays plotted out, all the conferences, and all our practical exams. But I figured if the first one is remote, you won't have to travel anywhere, so that could be helpful. So first meeting, April 2nd and April 3rd of 2026. For the second meeting, I'm looking at June dates. So move along to June. I'm looking at June 4th and 5th, so Thursday the 4th, Friday the 5th of June. Are you out the month of June? Okay. How about the month of July and Thursday the 16th, Friday the 17th?
Will that be in person, or?
That would be in person. Most likely Northern California. No? Ah. Hmm.
Yeah, bring them up. Bring them up. Keep them busy in the hotel. Bring them up.
If we made it remote, would that work?
We can do 2 remote back-to-back. You don't have to have it
Oh, yeah, I
remote
thought-
in person,
yeah,
remote
that's
in
what I
person.
thought. That's what I thought we were gonna do, remote.
Would that work or no?
I mean, you still have to go to a publicly,
Yeah.
publicly accessible location. I mean, it begs the question, do they want to sit in the office of
'Cause I was
So-and-so
thinking
for
in-person, remote,
the
remote,
day?
in person.
Because they're, I presume on vacation, they're on summer break, right?
Right. That would be
Oh,
late. Yeah, we're supposed to do June.
okay, okay.
Do we move? You can't do.
I feel like we should do one before April.
She said, yeah. She said
Oh.
March was past.
You know
February
what?
would
We
be too
do have
early.
the newer law about and so if you're not necessary for the quorum, you could be at a not publicly disclosed location. Yeah, because you would not be needed, you'd already still have 6. So we'd be okay. So technically, if you're okay with it, you could do the June or the
June?
July, or you're on vacation in June.
I'm going with the-
Okay, so then June 16th, 17th, if everybody else can do it.
July 16th,
July,
17th.
sorry, July 16th and 17th, if everybody else is available, we could participate. I think so, yeah. It's as long as you're inside the country, you're good. Yeah. So July 16th and 17th then? Okay,
Remote.
Online, remote. Okay. We're gonna pack all the in-person ones at the end of the calendar year. All right. Let's see, that blocks out that one. So, okay, so then the next third meeting, we would be looking at September, and then we'd be looking at Thursday, September 10th, or Friday, September 11th? Yes, September.
You have the CAA dates already?
Yep, you guys, CAA's 24, 25, 26.
Okay, I didn't have that.
And our practical exam is the week before it, and so that's the only date in September that would really work for an in-person would be 10th and 11th. But we also have 2 October dates if September doesn't work. Okay, no, I'd be looking at October 1st and 2nd, or October 8th and 9th.
Kind of close.
Make sure your microphone is on, because,
The 27th this year is a Tuesday anyway, so it's not going to be on,
okay,
so
Would October-
any time in October
it's fine.
is fine.
Okay. Anyone else, October 1st and 2nd, or 8th and 9th?
I'm okay with first and second.
Okay, good. I'm going to steal October 1st and 2nd then. That'll be our first in-person meeting. And we'll look at, presumably, I guess you'll come up to Sacramento or Northern California meeting? Okay. This is going rather well considering.
Shh, don't jinx it.
Yeah, I know, I'm
See,
sorry.
now you've
Apologize.
completely
I stepped
messed it up.
Stepped right in it, didn't I? Okay, fourth meeting, looking at December again. Last meeting of the year. I'm looking at the 3rd and 4th or the 10th and 11th, if there's any preference. And in Southern California, because it's warmer here. It's warmer than in Sacramento right now.
So we would do 2 in-person meetings back-to-back then,
Yeah,
Sacramento in October and then
Yep.
here in December, okay? That's fine.
When, December, you said?
December 3rd and 4th or 10th and 11th. My preference would be the earlier date,
Yes,
um,
yes.
just because it gives you more space in between the
That'll be SoCal?
holidays and SoCal. And as part of my effort to do more outreach to our programs, hopefully another SLIPA program or CSD bachelor's program locations so that we're outreaching to our
What other,
Can we
students.
swap that? Can we do, I don't know.
There's quite a few. I know we've got,
PCC.
let's see.
I don't know, Cerritos gave us cookies.
I-
Cerritos
Yeah.
and-
Cerritos, you've been a wonderful host.
Yeah, thank you, Cerritos.
Let's
I
see.
go wherever the cookies are.
You go where the cookies are. We've got Orange Coast College in Costa Mesa, Pasadena City College in Pasadena, Santa Ana College in Santa Ana, and Ventura College. And then I will, of course, reach out and see which ones can work out.
Can we potentially swap the locations? I don't know how challenging that would be for.
I mean,
Sac- Like going northern.
you can go northern in December
North
if you
first.
want, it's just colder.
We're freezing down here.
It is cold now, but
Mhm.
it's way colder up where. Is it? Yeah.
Oh.
And it's been freezing, so. Sorry, did we land on the
Okay.
3rd and 4th, though? Yes?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
thank you.
think so.
I'm fine with it. It has to be in person.
I mean, we're trying to do it 2 in person and that we're traveling, so that we meet our northern and southern state, the legislative mandate that we go to the north and we go to the south.
Gilda, if it matters to you for a particular, it does not matter to me
Okay,
which one's Northern California and which one's Southern California.
I'd like to propose the October one as SoCal.
Okay, October
be
SoCal. And then NorCal in December. Okay. So, I have first meeting of the year, remote, so that'll be WebEx, April 2nd and April 3rd. Second meeting, July 16th and 17th, that will also be remote. Then we will go to Southern California on October 1st and 2nd. And then the last meeting of the year, we will go to Northern California, and that will be December 3rd and 4th. And we will get that posted on the website and work on the planning for the in-person. That's all I have on those. Oh, you can do discussion and vote. So, is it necessary to vote on the dates? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I feel like we always do, and somebody told me.
Okay. All right, so basically we finished the discussion. Thank you for accommodating that. I'd like to ask for one of the board members to make a motion to accept these 4 meeting dates for 2026, and then a second.
I move to accept those dates.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. I have to do this again. I'd like to ask if there is public comment from anyone present in the room at this time. Oh, thank you.
Just so the record has it, Ms. McDonald, I said we're always welcome back at Cerritos Community College. So,
Thank you.
yeah. Oh, can you come to the microphone? Sorry to make you come to the microphone. Oh, press the button.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say it's been a learning experience for me to be here. As a future SLIPA, it's good to see the board members get together and discuss very important issues and very important information to go over and to collaborate together to think of what is the better option, what are the things that are going on in each department for SLP, for SLIPAs. And it's really good because you're looking out for both sides, both ends, and see what is better as you do these things. And I thought, oh, I really like that. And as a future SLIP, I'm thinking, okay, I need to look out for certain things because, of course, we learn from our professors to always be mindful of the scope of practice of a SLIPA, make sure that we follow those things because that is very important for many reasons, for safety, also for liability, and for all the things that we need to do as we are with patients, because it's very important that we treat that very delicately. And in addition to that, what can we do when you are asked as a SLP, right? If there is something that you feel, oh, I'm not sure how to do this, why go back to school and learn those courses? You can still ask her, oh, could you train me on this? Or could you furthermore explain to me what you would like me to do? Because after all, when you're there, you're learning as you go, and those things can be done, of course, following within what is in your scope of practice to do those things. So sitting here, and I was here yesterday as well, I love to hear that. I love to hear the good news about that. Possibly SLIPAs can do swallowing, depending how that goes about, because I'm assuming there's going to be other further training when it comes to those things to assure that you know how you're doing these things, and in addition to what changes might come. So I just want to express my appreciation to you for all that you do, and I'm learning as I go, so it was good being here.
Can we get your name
Thank
for the
you.
record?
Yes, you're welcome. My name?
Yes.
Marta Delgado.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for you and your peers' engagement over the last couple of days. Okay. I'd like to now ask Ms. Burns to conduct the roll call vote for these dates.
Ms. Dominguez,
Aye.
Dr. White,
Aye.
Mr. Borges,
Aye.
Dr. Chambers,
Aye.
Ms. Chang,
Aye.
Mr. David,
Aye.
Dr. Sanders.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Moving on to agenda item 19, solicitation of future agenda items. I'd like to ask the board members or board staff if there are any future agenda items that they would like to propose for a further meeting.
Board staff has 2 items. The first one is discussion on possible statutory changes similar to SB 160 regarding background checks for the medical board, osteopathic medical board, board of psychology, and board of behavioral sciences. Another item would be a discussion on the 2026 rulemaking calendar.
All right, thank you. I'd like to ask if there is public comment from anyone in the room at this time regarding future agenda items. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 20, adjournment. We will adjourn our board meeting at 2:44, as soon as I got my sentence out, Friday, December 5th. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. We really appreciate this.